Apparently, if you sit on the world map screen for a couple minutes, it starts playing a sick guitar version of the theme. Cool. Today I learned. We're going to finish up the treasure hunts here in Numara and then try to push the main story along, I guess. I need to listen to the soundtrack standalone. It's really good. Uematsu has never failed. Okay, so the inn, the Sanuman family house, and Canal Street is what we're looking for here. How you doing, Blaster? Mass Effect's pretty close. We've got biotics, but they're interpreted as having a natural explanation. Okay, so that's one. Square, find Canal Street, and just generally have to find Canal Street. Quickest treasure hunt of all time. JRPGs? Street. Nothing jumps to mind off the top of my head. There's a tactical RPG called Infinite Space that's pretty hard sci-fi. The Xeno Saga games are harder sci-fi, but they still have space magic. Just never investigate this place before. Xenosaga is probably your closest bet. Anything that's like mech adjacent. Life brooch. Okay, HP max up. Scroll through my games database while we're in combat later. Oh, we getting a memory? Nice. Early memory. Sick. Portraitist of the Dead. Always has morning clothes with her, that way she can get a portrait as soon as request comes in. So it is today. Having slipped into her morning dress in the shed on the pier, she boards the downstream ferry. Her hands are full. One holds the case with the painting tools, and the other the garment bag for her morning dress. It's heard a rich man lies dying in a town 20 kilometers downstream. Her name is Rosa. It's a race against time, she says with a grim smile. I have to start as soon as possible before the face changes. Changes how? Kym asks. It's hard to say. There's a deepening strain to Rosa's smile. But I know it when I see it, when the person has gone from this side to the other side. Once they've gone over, I can't paint them, at least not in a way that will please the family. It just can't be done. Hey, Bucky. Rosa is a professional portraitist of the dead. The custom of preserving death masks is now widely practiced in the area. Families too poor to hire an artist daub the face of the newly deceased with dye and preserve the loved one's deathbed expression on a cloth pressed against the dyed face. Very shot of Turin. Some families make a death mask with plaster. Only the wealthiest families can afford to hire a professional like Rosa, so that lurking in the background of an individual's death, there could be a variety of disputes. Heard families quarreling over the inheritance behind my back, even as I sit there sketching the dead person. One widow presented my portrait of her husband to the court to prove that he had been poisoned. Another time, some loan sharks waited until the moment the man died and charged right into the house. One husband tried to spit in his wife's face as soon as she gave up the ghost. Apparently, she had been unfaithful to him for years. Rosa tells her stories with utter detachment. She reveals no emotion at all. This, she says, is indispensable to becoming an outstanding portraitist of the dead. You have to open your sketchbook and get your brushes going with the bereaved family members right there, overcome with grief. There's no way you can produce a good portrait if you become emotional or allow yourself to be swept up in the emotions of the other people in the house. And Kym responds with a silent nod. His only connection with the woman is to have boarded the same boat and sat at the same table in the cafe on deck. Only a few minutes had passed since she started volunteering her stories. That is all it has taken for Kym to perceive the hint of nihilism lurking in her beautiful features. More respectable artists despise painters like me. Why is that? Well, half of them accuse us of making our living from people's deaths. The other half look down on us for not being moved by what we do. I see their point. I mean, the emotions are what give rise to all the arts, whether it's painting, sculpture, music, or literature. We don't have emotions like that. We're nothing but craftsmen. Rosa speaks without a hint of either self-mockery or pride. Her tone suggests that she's merely stating the obvious in an obvious way. Kym takes a sip of his rye whiskey, and Rosa drinks from her rose petal tea. The boat makes its leisurely way downstream. The season is spring, the river is high with snowmelt, and whitewater birds have settled on its surface. Must be why they gave the memory there. Strange, Rosa says with a giggle. When I first saw you, I thought you and I must be members of the same profession, which is why I took the initiative to speak to you. Hey, we got a strange smile from Kym. Drink. He knows nothing about painting. He's fairly certain there's nothing about his appearance that would cause him to be mistaken for an artist, but she does see him as a nihilist. It well could be, however, that in the profile of this man drinking whiskey alone in the afternoon, Rosa has recognized the hue of a nihilism like her own. Or then again, she might have perceived the shadow of the other side clinging fast to Kym's back. Till a few days ago, Kym was on a battlefield. There he witnessed the killing of many enemies and many allies. But he was unmoved by any of it. Such youthfulness has long since vanished from him. Though outwardly unchanged, Kym has lived through several centuries. Rosa says that she's in her mid-30s and in her 10th year since becoming a portraitist of the dead, which apparently puts her near the beginning of her career. If you wouldn't mind, she adds, I have a few more things I'd like to discuss with you. When Kym nods silently in compliance, Rosa thanks him and gives him her first heartfelt smile of the day. Portraitists of the dead are never present while the subject is dying. The very fact that such a professional has been called means the person's death is imminent. And so theirs is seen as a presence of ill omen and even defilement. I think they meant to say ever present rather than never present. Anyway, a family member or friend who has been at the bedside dares to broach the subject quietly in another room. Don't you think it may be time to call a painter? And the answer, whether too soon for that or I think you may be right, is delivered in guarded tones. Introduced to the family by the church, the portraitist never enters the house by the front door. Rather, he or she goes around the back and is shown to a room where the sun cannot penetrate. There, the painter changes into mourning clothes and waits for the announcement of the death. Okay, I understand now. Eventually, a quiet knock on the door is followed by a summons to appear, and the painter dressed in mourning sets to work. Right, she made the comment about them being, like, recently dead. Not all deaths occur at the end of long lifetimes, of course. All too often, the painter must depict the face of one who has died young of illness or accident. The face that emerges in the artist's sketchbook radiates the delicate vivacity of one who has just crossed the border dividing life from death, One who has only moments before transiting from this world to the other world. Okay, so she wasn't talking about literally being alive or dead. That makes more sense. The work presented to the family is an oil painting done from the sketch. Rosa believes the sketch itself is a far more authentic portrait of the dead. Oh no, that didn't press anything. I think it was just talking about the different kinds of faces. Many of the faces are peaceful, others are full of agony, and all without exception possess a mysterious presence. They differ unmistakably from faces in sleep. Neither, however, do they look dead. They seem as if they might open their eyes at any moment, or just as easily crumble into ash. They hover, men and women alike, on the very brink of death. After the body is cooled, it's too late. It's also too late if the family has begun making its preparations for the funeral. The game is won or lost in those very few minutes following the death itself. All we can do is start sketching as efficiently and expeditiously as possible. With a painful smile, Rosa adds, "In the eyes of the family, though, that makes me a cold-hearted woman." Time turns the pages of her sketchbook, saying nothing. We would like to tell her that it is the same on the battlefield. There, no one has time to mourn the death of a soldier. If you're busy shedding tears instead of doing the next thing you have to do, you end up being one of those forced to travel to the other world. Final sketch in the book is unfinished. The face of a young girl. General outlines of the hair and face are sketched in, nothing more. Kym looks questioningly at Rosa. "My daughter," she says softly. "But why?" A portrait painter of the dead reaches full maturity in the profession when she's able to paint a member of her own family. Which only makes sense. I mean, how self-serving is it if you can be coldly objective toward the death of a stranger, but not toward a member of your own family? Her daughter died 2 years ago. The girl's 3 short years of life brought to a sudden end by a bad flu that was making the rounds. "I was holding her hands almost until the moment she died," Rosa says. "I was in tears, calling her name and pleading with her to come back to me, not to die." After the doctor looked at her with a shake of his drooping head, though, Rosa released her daughter's hands and opened her sketchbook. Wiping her tears, she picked up her pencil and tried to sketch her daughter's face. But I couldn't do it. The tears came pouring out of me no matter how much I wiped them. It simply couldn't work. Kym turns his gaze on the unfinished sketch again. Some areas of the white paper were wavy, perhaps where Rosa's tears had fallen. "I guess I'm not qualified to be a portraitist of the dead," she says with a smile, glancing down the river. "Still, if I had to choose one work of art to leave behind, this would be it." Oh, this is good. The boat gives a blast on its steam horn. Frightened, the birds on the river leap into the air in a great mass. Kym closes the sketchbook and returns it to Rosa. He considers complimenting her on the excellence of the drawing, but chooses silence instead. Such praise, he feels, could be a sign of disrespect for her work, for Rosa herself, or for her dead daughter. "I didn't mean to bend your ear like this," she says. "I'm sorry." She stands and peers at Kym once again. "Really, though, you look like a member of my profession." Kym gives her a strained smile, drink, and shakes his head. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said that," she responds with a strained smile of her own. "You probably won't like me saying this either. Please call me if you ever need a portraitist of the dead." "I won't need one," Kym says. "I have no family." "No family? Well then, when your own time comes." With a little chuckle, Rosa leaves. Her right hand grasps the case with her painting supplies, her left the garment bag with mourning clothes. Unfortunately, Kym will never need her services. He will not, cannot go to the other world just yet. On the long, long road of his life, how many deaths must he encounter? Drink. Steam horn blasts again. Boat lowers its speed and edges toward the riverbank. The landing draws closer. When he leaves the boat, his journey will begin again. It will be a long journey. The next battlefield lies far beyond the mountains that tower in the distance. That was a really good one. I like the little cutaway about her own daughter. That's me. Sure. You should watch Star Trek. Whoa! You want to join our club? Red balloon near the same color. Gondola near a gondola. A doll. Okay. Get another one? Kick me off, whatever. Alright, back to back. Lottery of life. Having kids is like playing the lottery. That was how the police commissioner put it, with a grim smile and a sigh. He was the man in charge of domestic security. Sometimes you pick a winner, sometimes you pick a loser. Life is like that, you can't control it. Chaim responded with a silent nod. Not that he was convinced that you could divide people into winners and losers. That was how they did it here in this country that was the size of a city. He had no choice but to recognize it as a reality because the man who kept the peace here believed it, and the nation was known for having the best public safety of all the countries in the region. Every kid in there is a loser, he spat out, jerking his chin toward the juvenile prison visible from his office window. Built to hold young criminals, this was the largest and the most strictly run and most closely guarded prison to be seen in any of the neighboring countries. Treatment of its young inmates was also the harshest. You're a foreigner, Chaim, so you may not approve, but we have our own way of doing things. I see, Chaim said. Losers are losers. There's nothing you can do to make losers into winners. Never gonna happen. Far from it. If you coddle losers, they just turn into bigger losers and give the decent people a lot of trouble. See what I mean? Chaim, that's one way of looking at things. Chaim's deliberate irony was lost on the police commissioner. No, it's the only way. If you're gonna have a safe, peaceful country, he declared, we'll expect you to abide by this view, too. Chaim had nothing more to say to him. If he were to insist on confronting the police commissioner, he might be seen as questioning the authorities, which could land him in the adults' prison. This would be easy enough to bring about for the police commissioner, and indeed for anyone in the city-state who sit on the side of the powers that be. The commissioner glanced again toward the juvenile prison. They built that place 80 years ago, he said, which is to say, the very first building they made when the present political system came into being was a prison to throw young offenders into. Chaim knew this. For Chaim, whose life went on forever, events of 80 years before could well have happened yesterday. 80 years earlier, this country had experienced a coup. The revolutionary government ruled the people under a military dictatorship and jailed every last person suspected of disturbing the peace and order. The government was especially wary of younger criminals. There's a limit to how serious a kid's crimes can be, but let them get away with those, and the next thing you know, they're doing really bad stuff. They might be satisfied with shoplifting at first, but soon they're into burglary, muggings, they start using weapons, and in the end, they think nothing of killing people. Wow, this guy's really into broken windows theory. Get fucked, guy. You have to nip them in the bud. Kids sent to prison were fed the absolute minimum to keep them alive. No doctor saw them if they fell sick or were injured. Subjected to such harsh imprisonment, they succumbed one after another, and more than a few of them ended up as cold corpses pitched out the back door. Whenever one did manage to serve out his term and return to the outside world, he found it impossible to erase the brand of loser. Children with criminal records were soundly rejected by respectable society. The social system was structured in such a way that nothing worked for them: employment, marriage, even finding a place to live. Expelled by society, these boys and girls returned to crime as a way to stay alive, eventually ending up in adult prison. This author really knows how it is. With a bitter smile, the police commissioner said to Chaim, I'm sure this all sounds terrible to an outsider like you. Chaim answers with a slight nod. This only served to increase the bitterness of the commissioner's smile. I know what you're thinking, he said, and to tell you the truth, I sometimes think the system is a little too harsh on them too. But you have to realize that we're not just punishing bad kids, we're also holding them up as an example to the good ones. What would they think if they saw the ex-criminals out on the street walking again like nothing ever happened? They'd figure that even if they got their hands dirty and spent a few years in jail, they could just go back to their old lives, that society's punishment is no big deal, that they can get away with murder. We wouldn't want our kids to be like that, would we? The only thing is for us grown-ups to teach them. Look at those guys, we can say. All it takes is one bad deed and your life is over. So you'd better listen to your parents and teachers and be good. He had a point. Kime was willing to grant him that, but still, the commissioner must have noticed a hint of shadow crossing Kime's face, and he shifted his tone of voice. With bureaucratic conviction, he declared, the authorities have received word that there's going to be a coup. Of course, the military have everything under control, so there's nothing to worry about. They could suppress it right now if they wanted to. They could easily attack the agitators and capture the ringleaders of the plot. In this case, though, they've decided to let it get started in order to smoke out every last one of the reactionary elements. According to the government's intelligence, the uprising was scheduled to occur that very night. We're prepared for just about any eventuality, but there's always the possibility of the unexpected. If there were a riot inside the juvenile prison timed to coincide with a rebellion, that could be a real problem. This is why Kime had been hired as a temporary prison guard, a bodyguard for the state. We're counting on your skills as a seasoned warrior, which is why we're entrusting you with such a major responsibility. Be sure to live up to our expectations. If you have to resort to violence, we have no problem with that. Whatever you do, it will be for the sake of law and order. It will be in order to protect the happy lives of the decent citizens of our nation. Carry out your duties with complete dedication of body and soul. I'm not going to do it in these stories. The commissioner handed Kime a one-page document. It was literally a license to kill. Act without the slightest restraint. All the prison guards have one of these. But still, if you hesitate to impose the ultimate punishment on a single loser, then countless winners among the upstanding citizenry must suffer the consequences. You understand, I'm sure, once a loser, always a loser. Rather than living with such a burden, they themselves might be happier to have you kill them and get it over with. Kime accepted the document from the commissioner without comment. That completes our contractual arrangement. Now assume your post. With a perfectly straight face, the commissioner cautioned Kime, just make sure you don't let any foolish compassion get in your way. I love when they do stuff like that. The season was midwinter, but Kime found no hint of fire burning in the juvenile prison. In their tiny solitary cells, the young inmates, wrapped in ragged blankets, lay helplessly in the dark. Painful moaning came from one cell, suggesting its inmate might be running a fever. From another came unbroken, shrill, mean laughter that could only be the person's mind had snapped. What you see is what you get, said the veteran guard guiding Kime in his first round of inspection. Not one of those faces shows any life. But even if something were to happen, these pitiful creatures wouldn't do a damn thing. There are losers, all right. They're breathing, but that's about it. Is there really no possibility of them being rehabilitated and becoming winners? The other guard gave Kime a momentary blank stare and then said with a laugh and a wave, No, 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 no. None at all. 80 years since the revolution and the change of generations had replaced virtually all the people from that time. Since coming of age, this prison guard, who had no memory of life before the revolution, had been implanted with the idea that people were either winners or losers, and he surely never doubted it. They went out of their way to hire you, so it might be a little strange for me to say this, but I'm sure the kids in here are never going to riot, no matter how wild things get on the outside. Splash a little cold water on them and they'll quiet right down. There's almost none of them you have to worry about. Almost? Well, I can't claim that about every single one of them. There are even losers among the losers, unfortunately. The guard showed Kime the end of the hall, where he opened the lock on a door, and it could be mistaken for a section of wall. Beyond here are the punishment cells. This is where we throw the incorrigible losers, the ones who have caused trouble on work details, the ones who take a defiant attitude, the ones who show no sign of remorse for their crimes. Suddenly, it was clear to Kime. It was clear to him because he had experienced countless battlefields in his life. The punishment cells were darker and far colder than the regular cells. From the depths of the darkness, from within each individual cell, there emanated a quiet heat that could not be felt from the regular cells. The people in here were alive. They were not simply breathing, they were alive with real passion. Crimes that originally got them locked up here were nothing much. A little burglary, some purse snatching, flashing a knife, stuff like that. They had just quietly served out their terms, they'd be out now, living obscure lives somewhere. Instead, they resisted and kept resisting. They called for better treatment of inmates. They appealed for an end to discrimination against former prisoners. The number of their crimes multiplied until it became clear they would never get out of there alive. They'll go straight from here to the adult prison when they grow up. It'll be 20 or 30 years before they can breathe the outside air again, if they can live that long, which would be quite an accomplishment. The guard concluded with a belly-shaking laugh, which was interrupted by a voice echoing from a dark cell. "Stop that laughing." It was a quiet but commanding voice, the one that retained a hint of boyishness. A look of fear crossed the guard's face, though he quickly reverted to a sneer. "This is the biggest pain we've got," he said. "His name is Duran. They say he was the leader of a gang of juvenile delinquents on the outside, but here he's just a noisemaker." The guard picked up a bucket of water from the corridor floor and a thin sheet of ice on its surface and heaved the contents into Duran's cell. "This is what works best on these kids." Behind the bars, the drenched boy rolled himself into a ball. This should be enough for them to freeze to death, but the water itself freezes again in the early morning. So then their hair and eyelashes and any other hair they've got gets coated in ice. Some of them have lost fingers and toes to frostbite. The guard laughed again. Duran lay there curled up, but his eyes were shining with such intensity. It was as if he was trying to melt ice with the heat seething in his breast. Kym knew those eyes. They were the eyes of a warrior, and not just any warrior, the one on the very front line in a losing battle who watches for a chance to turn the battle in his favor. And Kym knew something else, that the system was beginning to unravel. It had kept the people in a state of suppression for 80 long years, ever since the revolution, but the very moment of its undoing had arrived. The prison fires started that night. "Kym, it's the coup!" The guard came running to report the situation on the outside. Fires had been set throughout the city, he said. This was, of course, the uprising the government intelligence had anticipated. Martial law was declared, the government was mobilizing the entire police force and army. Word had come, too, that the ringleaders were already under arrest. One element, however, had been wholly unanticipated. The guard informed him, "The wind is strong tonight. Fanned by unseasonable winds, the flames are racing through the city. On orders from the commissioner, we are not to fight fires in the juvenile prison. Is that clear? Do not engage in firefighting there." In other words, no one would be coming to save the inmates. "It can't be helped," said the guard. "The army and the fire department have all they can do to put out fires in the city and evacuate the people. They can't spare any men to protect this place, and we've been ordered to join in the rescue effort in town. Guess that means we let the kids out." This was a given, Kym assumed. Left locked up in their cells, the young inmates would burn to death. "Don't be ridiculous," the guard shot back. "The kids are all losers. We've gone to the trouble of locking them in here, and now we're supposed to let them out? Are you serious?" Kym replied. "Are you serious? I can't believe you'd say anything so stupid. I'm telling you, they're losers. We don't have time to save them. We're certainly not going to let them run loose. The commissioner would never allow such a thing." He obviously meant every word he was saying. They were planning to let them die. Flames were spreading quickly, and screams could be heard throughout the prison. There was no time to appeal directly to the commissioner, and such an appeal would only end in failure, he was sure. "Give me the cell keys," Kym said. "You're joking," the guard laughed. There was only one thing to do. Without a word, Kym landed a punch in the guard's solar plexus. The guard went down in a heap, and Kym tore the clump of keys from his belt. The first cell he opened was Duran's. The boy came out looking confused. "Are you one of us?" he asked Kym. "Are you with the coup?" "Not interested," he answered. "So why are you letting us go?" Duran asked. "Because I don't like dividing people up into winners and losers." I really like Kym's philosophy. There's a much stupider way to write him that's just he's always non-interventionist. He's always, super neutral. But I think this is a really good story to kind of demonstrate the difference between, what his moral code is about, right? He's actually kind of a similar character to Geralt. "Thanks," Duran said. Sporting a big grin, he took the keys from Kym and turned away to start opening the other cells. "I want you to come back," Kym said to him from behind. "What's that?" "This is an emergency evacuation. When the sun comes up and the fires are out, I want you to come back here. You kids still haven't finished paying for your crimes." "Must be kidding." "Not at all," Kym said. "You kids run away. That'll just prove they're right. Once a loser, always a loser. Is that all right with you? Don't you want to show the ones who rule this country that they're wrong, that people can change? We'll never get another chance like this. The coup is going to fail. You can run around all you want, but they're going to catch you in the end. You'll always be branded losers. They might even kill you when they catch you." Duran turned to stare at Kym. The prison was already surrounded by flames. Against this bright red backdrop, Duran's eyes still burned with the fighting spirit of a warrior. "This country's political system can't last much longer. The day will come when you kids can leave the prison with your heads held high. I absolutely believe that. And because I believe it, I don't want to see you die for nothing. Kym turned from Duran to pull the guard up from the floor. Come back after sunrise. This final admonition to Duran, Kym hoisted the guard onto his back and trudged away. I like leaving on the come back after sunrise. These events occurred 50 years ago. An era of freedom pervades the country now when Kym visits 50 years later. True, he does catch glimpses of young toughs and juvenile delinquents where the nightlife thrives, but he feels this is just a sign of the free and easy times. An old man calls out to him, "Are you a traveler?" When Kym nods, the man says with a smile, "You're in luck. We're having a celebration in Revolution Square today. I hear the grand old man of the Revolution is going to attend. It'll keep going all night long." A celebration? That's right. I see you're too young to know what happened here, the old days. We had a coup 50 years ago on this very day. The coup itself was put down in one night, but the rebel troops set fires all throughout the city. The rest of us were running around like crazy in all directions. Fanned by the wind, the flames quickly enveloped the whole city, and a lot of the city people were stranded on a sandbar downwind. I was one of them. I had my pregnant wife and baby daughter with me, so I couldn't just dive into the river to escape. Before we knew it, sparks were raining down on the sandbar, and I figured we were done for. We'd all burned to death as soon as the dry grass caught fire. Just as he was giving up hope, he says, a helping hand was extended to them from the most unlikely source. The kids from the juvenile prison came to help us. They were all skin and bones, and their prison uniforms were falling apart. Prison staff hardly fed them a thing, but they pooled what little strength they had. They saved old folks and children from the sandbar, and they struggled to douse the fires that caught in the dry grass. I saw one boy carry a child across the river and collapse and die the second after he reached the other shore. And some of the ones who were fighting grass fires were overcome by the smoke and burned to death. They risked their lives to save us. Their own lives are not worth living, but those losers risked their lives to save the lives of winners like us. When the sun came up and they could be sure that the fires were safely out, the young inmates went back to the juvenile prison. Yes, it's true, the place was an absolute hell for them, but they went back inside just the same. Not one of them took advantage of the confusion to run away. They played it strictly by the rules, wouldn't you say? We were really moved by their behavior, and people started saying that maybe these losers had their good points after all. Maybe once a loser, always a loser was wrong. Whispers spread throughout the country, quietly but surely. Soon the view emerged that the treatment of juvenile prison inmates should be improved. Another increasingly widely held view was that society ought to welcome ex-inmates more warmly once they had paid for their crimes. Finally, the change in attitude toward loser children took the shape of dissatisfaction with a political system that had continued to foster such a dictatorship, and 40 years ago, a second coup occurred. The next coup took the shape of a citizens' revolution that involved the masses, and for that reason it succeeded. That's how the form of government we have today got its start. Listening to the old man's reminiscences, Kym finds himself smiling and nodding again and again, deeply moved. The last thing the old man tells him is the name of the hero who led the revolution and became the first president, Duran. Tens of thousands of people have gathered in Revolution Square. As fireworks are sent aloft and a brass band plays the rousing national anthem, the grand old man of the revolution takes to the stage amid thunderous cheers and applause. Duran! Duran! Our Duran! Advanced in years now and having long since removed himself from the center of politics, Duran still has that youthful, fiery gleam in his eyes. There's no way for him to spot Kym among the assembled throng, and even if he were to notice him, he could never imagine that this young man, unchanged from 50 years ago, was the temporary prison guard on that fateful night. Still, the old hero proclaims, "People can change. There are no winners or losers." His words are greeted with cheers and fireworks, and the excitement of the celebration reaches its peak. Kym makes his way to a stand at the far end of the square and buys himself a cup of liquor. He raises his cup to the hero of the revolution who, from this distant vantage point, appears to him no larger than a speck. He downs the drink in a single breath. When the intensely strong liquor is past his throat, it leaves a sweet and mellow aftertaste. Nice. Pretty good one. It's the doll. Yeah. Still a couple treasure hunts I have to find on Canal Street. Okay, that's 2. Oh shit, I read that in the wrong order. Well, I know the ending now. I really like the beat in this song. I used to practice this when I was sitting at work. It was pretty good for learning syncopation, separating your limbs. This gondola. There's a third thing, probably on the same screen. You found my doll. Red balloon, hidden near something of the same color. Again, the same screen. We get a third one? Damn. These two are like in the same spot on the street. Just like sail you with stories in Disc 4. It's great. Don't forget me now, you hear? Brother dear, the cry comes from behind as he wades to the post-town's crowds. At first, Kime does not realize the person is addressing him, and he walks on in search of lodging for the night. The cry comes again, all but clinging to him. Brother dear, big brother. This is puzzling. He last visited the town 80 years ago. There can't be anyone who knows him. Wait, big brother, don't go. His puzzlement begins to take on an eerie edge, for the voice addressing him as big brother can only belong to an old woman. Without letting his guard down, he turns slowly. Just as he thought, it is an old woman. Dressed in the clothing of a young girl, the tiny old woman is looking straight at Kime with a bright smile on her face. I think you may have the wrong person, he says, allowing his discomfort to show. No, I don't, she says with a big shake of the head and an expanding smile. You're big brother Kime. What? What's wrong, Kime? Did you forget me? Well, I mean, he can't place her. Even if he were to succeed in doing so, he knows he has no acquaintances in this town. He wonders, could this be a chance re-encounter with someone he once met on the road? But no, he's sure he doesn't recognize her, and strangest of all, why should this woman who looks old enough to be his grandmother address him as a big brother? Don't pretend you don't know who I am, Kime. You're so mean. She yells at him loudly enough that people in the crowd stop and stare at them. Not just the fact that she's shouting, of course. People always have to shout to be heard in these crowded streets. That alone would not attract attention. The old woman's voice is different from a normal adult yell. It's like the innocent, unrestrained cry of a little girl who throws her whole body into her scream. People turn shocked expressions on the old woman and quickly avert their eyes. Their dismay is understandable. The old woman has her stark white hair tied up with a colorful ribbon, and her dress has the same floral pattern and floppy sleeves as a little girl's. Many of the passers-by look at the old woman with a mix of sympathy and pity on their faces. Gradually, Kime begins to comprehend the situation. This old woman has simply lived too long. This is why the past, locked away in her memory, has become realer to her than the reality before her eyes. Middle-aged passerby tugs on Kaim's elbow. If I were you, I would just walk away. Don't get involved with her. She'll be nothing but trouble. It's true, says the wife by his side, nodding. You're a stranger here, so you don't know, but this old woman is senile. You can ignore her. She'll forget everything in 5 minutes. They may be right, but the fact is this old woman knows Kaim's name. In the little girl part of her mind, she thinks of Kaim as her big brother. He tries probing his distant memories. He spent no more than a few days here so long ago. He got to know very few people, and there can't be any of those left who still remember him. When Kaim goes on standing before the old woman, the nosy middle-aged couple becomes indignant. You try to be helpful, and what does it get you? Snorts the husband. Let them work it out themselves, adds the wife. Let's just go. Which they proceed to do. Winding up her voice for maximum shrillness, the old woman calls out to them as they walk off in a huff. Don't forget me now, you hear? In that instant, Kaim's memory makes the connection. The old woman greets his look of recognition with an expression of joy. Do you remember me now? She cries. I'm Shushu. It's me, Shushu. He does remember her, a little girl he met in this town 80 years ago. Perhaps 5 or 6 years old at the time, she was a precocious little thing whose lack of shyness with strangers came from her being the daughter of an innkeeper. Somewhere along the way, she had probably picked up a phrase she heard someone using, and so whenever a guest would depart after a number of days at the inn, instead of the standard goodbye or thank you, she would see the person off with a smile and a cheery, don't forget me now, you hear? Only now, when he's suddenly able to see the girl beneath the wrinkles, Kaim must avert his gaze from the old woman's face. What's wrong, big brother? He cannot bring himself to look directly at Shushu's vacant stare. 80 years have gone by. What can they talk about when a man who never ages meets a little girl from the distant past who has aged too much? Let me through here, please. Sorry, let me through here, please. Forcing his way through the crowd, a young man rushes up to where Shushu and Kaim are standing. Great-grandmother, how often do I have to ask you not to go out without telling me? After scolding the old woman, he turns to Kaim with an apologetic bow. I'm terribly sorry if she's been a bother to you. She's old and getting senile. I hope you can forgive her. Shushu herself, however, angrily purses her lips and demands to know, what are you talking about? I'm just playing with big brother Kaim. What's wrong with that? She peers at the young man and asks, who are you? The young man turns a sad gaze on Kaim and begins to apologize again. With a pained smile, Kaim stops him. Kaim knows that, at times, it can be sadder and more heartbreaking for a life to be prolonged than for it to be cut short. Sad and heartbreaking though a life may be, however, no one has the right to trample on it. She just can't seem to get it through her head that she's old. Even if I hold a mirror up to her, she asks, who's that old lady? The young man, whose name is Kosh, further explains the situation to Kaim. You might forget that she ate breakfast, but her memories from childhood can be clear as a bell. Kaim nods in silent understanding. Kosh and Kaim sit on a bench in the town plaza watching Shushu pick flowers. She's apparently making a floral wreath for her long-lost big brother. Really, sir, do you have time for this? Weren't you in a hurry to get somewhere? No, I'm fine. Don't worry. Thanks very much. He smiles for the first time and says, I haven't seen her this happy in ages. The young man seems convinced that his great-grandmother has encountered in Kaim a person who resembles someone she knew as a child. Kaim allows him this. He knows that Kosh cannot and need not imagine the existence of a person who never ages. Love it. Her health has really deteriorated lately. Whenever she runs a fever, we wonder if this isn't to be the end for her, and we prepare for the worst, but then she springs right back. Sometimes we joke her mind is so far gone, she's forgotten to die. Kaim sees the young man in profile. Kosh has a gentle smile on his face as he speaks of his great-grandmother. No doubt when he was little, she used to hold him and play with him. Grown up now, Kosh watches over his great-grandmother like a parent watching his own child. Might be Kashi. He calls out to her, That's nice, great-grandmother. I haven't seen you weave flowers together like that for a long time. Squatting in the grass with a fistful of flowers, Shushu answers, That's not true. I made a wreath for him yesterday. Then she says to Kaim, Isn't that right, big brother? You wore it in your hair for me, didn't you? Kaim cups his hand around his mouth and calls back to her, I certainly did. It smelled so nice. Shushu's face becomes a mass of joyful wrinkles. Overcome with emotion, Kosh bows his head. Kaim asks Kosh, Are you the one who takes care of her? Uh-huh, me and my wife Cynthia. How about your parents? Or even your grandparents? Are they still living? Kosh shrugs and says, I'm the only member of my family left alive. His grandparents both died in an epidemic 20 years ago. His father lost his life in the war that enveloped this area 10 years ago. His mother, Shushu's granddaughter, aged more rapidly than her own mother, and the lamp of her life was snuffed out 5 years ago. So my great-grandmother had to keep holding funerals over the years for her children and grandchildren. Before we noticed, she'd become the oldest person in town. Must be lonely living that way. I'm sure, answers Kaim. It might even be a kindness of the gods to let people fade out mentally when they've lived too long. At least that's how I've come to see it lately. You would think she would feel lonely to be left behind that way, but she's not lonely at all. To live long means you have a lot of memories. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to live in the world of your memories during the last days of your life. Shushu stands up, her arms filled with flowers. Big brother Kaim, I'm gonna make a floral wreath for you right now. And if I have any flowers left over, I'll make one for this other person too. Kaim and Kosh look at each other with bewildered smiles. Why are you smiling like that? Shushu asks. Are you two friends now? She opens her wrinkle-ringed eyes wide in surprise, gives the two men a joyful smile, and collapses into the grass. Kosh starts to run for a doctor, but Kaim grabs his arm and holds him back, saying, You'd better stay with her. Ironically, Kaim, who can never truly know what it feels like to drink, has been present for that very reason at countless deaths over the years. His experience tells him that Shushu will not recover this time. Shushu's lying on her back where she has fallen, her armlet of flowers now spread over her chest. Her face wears a smile. Wait just a minute, big brother Kaim. I'll make your wreath for you right away. Her mind is still lingering among her memories of the past. Will she stay like this to the very end? Keep fighting, great-grandmother. Don't let go. Kosh clings to her hand, tearfully shouting encouragement. But she may not even realize that this is her own great-grandson. It's me, great-grandmother. It's me, Kosh. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I bathed you last night. You knew who I was then, didn't you? Kosh appeals to her with all his might, but Shushu, a girlish smile on her lips, is departing for that distant world. I'm going to be a father soon, great-grandmother. Remember? I told you last night. Cynthia has a baby inside. It's going to make you a great-great-grandmother. Our family's going to grow. Another person with your flesh and blood. Still smiling, Shushu grasps one of the flowers on her chest in her trembling fingers. She thrusts it towards Kosh, and in a voice no more than a whisper, she says, Don't forget me now, you hear? Aw. And they set that up and reminded it. These are so good. Kosh doesn't understand. Indeed, how could he know the little phrase she always used to speak long before he was born? Kaim puts his arm around Kosh's shoulder and says, Answer her. I know what you mean, great-grandmother. I won't forget you. I will absolutely never forget you. How could I forget my own great-grandmother? Don't forget me now, you hear? I won't forget you, great-grandmother. Believe me, I'll always remember you. Don't forget me now, you hear? Shushu closes her eyes and lays her hand on the flowers on her chest as if groping there for something. She feels almost to be trying to open the door where the memories are sealed. A soft breeze moves over her. The flowers adorning her chest dance in the wind along with the memories. Surely among those memories is the Kaim of 80 years ago. Kaim snatches at one of the petals dancing in the wind and closing it in the palm of his hand. Shushu will never open her eyes again. She is left on a journey to a world where there is no past or present. The only ones she has left behind are Kaim, who will go on living forever, and Kosh, who is about to welcome a new life into the world. Clinging to her corpse, Kosh raises his tear-stained face to look at Kaim. Thank you so much, he says to Kaim the traveler. Thanks to you, my great-grandmother was so happy to be picking flowers at the very end. No, it wasn't thanks to me, Kaim says. He closes his fist on the petal in his hand and says to Kosh, I'm sure if she had made a wreath, she would have given it to your sweet new baby. Kosh shyly cocks his head and mutters, I hope you're right, but then, smiling through his tears, he declares, I'm sure you are. Yeah, this one's really sad. About that promise you made to her, be good and don't forget her. No, of course not. People go on living as long as they remain in someone's memory. With these words, Kaim begins to walk slowly away. Behind him, he hears Shushu's voice. Don't forget me now, big brother Kaim. You hear? It's the voice of the little girl from 80 years ago, ringing ever clear, sweet and innocent, declaring farewell to the man who will travel life forever. Said it a million times, but you play this game just for the visual novel stories and skip everything else, and it would super be worth it. They're really good. It's great. think I can close this, can I? Have to close it for progress here. I don't see anywhere else to go. Making sure I can't actually connect there. It looks like I can't. Go look for the balloon on a different screen maybe, or see if there's another way to get to Canal Street. I think I can take any of the boats. Can't go down that way. Already in here. This is supposed to be a Sanuman family house, which I haven't been. Possible Canal Street extends in the other direction. This connect maybe? Like a back door from here maybe? Ooh. I told you the queen's in my party. I go on the roof? I think I did this earlier, and it's like a really long walk. You just get stuck. I don't want to overdo this if it looks like it's going to the same place. It does. Let's go somewhere I've already been. Boats go somewhere, perhaps? Nope. Down this way. This might be progress. I want to be careful doing too much here. Might be that I'm locked out from going further on the canal until after this, though. Did just save.
it. I speak with Her Majesty's voice.
Don't panic. Let's see how this plays out.
This guy.
Welcome home, Your Majesty. Thank you all for bringing our queen home to us unharmed.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
Not gonna last long.
Huh? General, I have caused you concern. I ask that you look at me.
All of our people prayed for your safe return every day you were away from us. I am truly pleased.
Indeed.
You must be tired from your long journey. Please, rest and refresh yourself.
A bit loud during this cutscene. I'll turn it down a bit.
How dare you return, you worthless harlot! And you're angry? Ha! As if you had the right.
We missed a scene
At
there.
last, I have taken control of Numara and destroyed its weak pacifism. I shall never relinquish my hold on it. Ha! I think I'll see just how immortal our queen really is. Oh, do you see now? Numara is mine.
The people of Numara belong to no one!
Your Majesty?
General, you are such a fool.
True.
Oh, you planned this!
Those who cannot conquer their desires shall never be fit to lead.
I thought there was like a missing scene where they like went to go to take a nap and we stuck out the window or whatever. Hey, I love this song.
Kill you all!
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
So we want Machine Killer probably. Demon King, Fire Spirit Killer. Damage up 3. Might do the Hacker Ring. At least I assume those are machines. Yeah, mechanical. Support Tank. Kakanus Cannon. He already has Machine Killer. Gaia Ring. I think I can do much better than 2. I have a Lotus Ring. Okay, perfect. Let's do... They have no elements, so it doesn't really matter. I want to shoot with him. Probably teach him to do power up. Figure out what skill is required for that. Rusty. Oh, rude as fuck. I don't like that. Volcanon. Pitiful. GC down is kind of annoying. Keep going. I don't know if certain characters are actually easier and that the window is more forgiving, or it's just like the camera angle is easier for my brain to work with or something. It's funny. Okay, now that's starting to hit a little bit harder with guard conditions down. Let's have them all focus this guy. Zafira. Oh, and the cannon meter was full as well. Yeah. Get Jansen out of death range. Colton.
I can make this nation stronger than pacifists and cowards like you! I am not finished yet! I will destroy you! Here! Here!
Topped off. I think I can directly target the cannon. I'll just do the tank. So the cannon has nowhere to go if the tank is taken out. There we go. Aw, how did it dodge? It's pretty funny. Famously agile tanks. Exactly. Video games. There we go. Okay, it just breaks the treads, I guess. Now it can't tank hit me, I assume.
Haven't you seen the state of the world? With pacifism as our only policy, we will never be perceived as equal to other nations. In truth, the day is coming soon when we will be forced to capitulate.
Yes, I realized after seeing the world that sometimes power is needed. But General, the power you seek is power only for yourself. That is why it is weak.
Never underestimate the royal house.
Ooh, gun upgrade. That's exciting. 3 accessories. Okay, so I have to do some management here.
Your Majesty!
Maya.
Oh, you're safe!
She's fine.
I'm so sorry we failed to anticipate Kakanas' scheme.
Who could have seen it coming?
It's not your fault. I was too lenient with him by far. I afforded him the opportunity to run unchecked, and for that, the responsibility is mine.
Don't blame yourself.
He's right. I mean, that general is twisted.
And yet, even he too is another of Gongora's many victims.
Yeah, he does really well by himself.
Your Majesty, may I know the names of your companions?
Oh, yes. Oh, excuse me. I haven't introduced you.
Generic
These are my
Final Fantasy
loyal ladies in
X
waiting.
ass
Maya here is
ladies
my
in waiting in the
chief
back
lady
there.
in waiting.
Greetings and welcome to New Mara. We are honored.
Maya, these people have become my dear friends and should be treated with the greatest courtesy.
Stay away from the
We
summoner.
are all working for a common goal, and we have an urgent mission to complete.
A mission? And what of New Mara, Your Majesty?
What?
Your Majesty?
Until I carry out this mission, I shall have to be away from my people. During that time, I shall entrust Numara to the care of my ladies.
To us, Your Majesty?
Please do as I would. As you have been closest to me, I believe you are capable of what I ask. I shall return as swiftly as possible.
Yes,
Love
my
the
queen.
weird, like,
While Your Majesty is
inset
away,
comic
we
book
shall protect
reactions to
Numara.
such a
We shall not
innocuous thing. The gulf between the quality of the main story and like the short stories is kind of insane. I would say that without the short stories, Lost Odyssey is pretty mid, and not in like the it sucks. It's not bad. It's fine. It's kind of decent as a turn-based JRPG. Oh hey, free dream, sweet. Speaking of quality golf, the stories are fucking incredible. So. The Queen's Loneliness. Oh, is it a Ming story? We get very few stories that aren't Kaim. 1,000 years can change everything, including the landscape. Queen Ming surveys her capital from the palace window. The panoramic view is like a great history book. Oh, that was cool. Volcano towering in the distance, which used to spew clouds of smoke, went dormant 700 years ago. I really like that. Once part of the sea, the inlet was reclaimed 500 years ago to become a village for the fisher folk who spend their lives on the ocean. Yeah. The river once arched grandly across the landscape, but the deluge that occurred 300 years ago became the occasion for major flood control construction in the form of a perfectly straight channel. Where the river used to curve, there is now an oxbow lake in which reeds grow in profusion, and the banks provide the people with a rich natural bounty. Even the area that formerly was a barren, rock-strewn wasteland became a vast fruit-bearing garden thanks to the irrigation project that was undertaken 200 years ago. I like keeping the text at the top there, that's different. The mountain that was the center of the people's religious faith was enveloped in sky-scorching flames 100 years ago. Formerly swathed in a thick green covering and seen as the home of the gods, the towering peak was transformed into a bare rock pile by a forest fire that burned for 3 days and nights. Almost everything that lived in the forest, birds and beasts of course, but many people too, died in the flames. The people in the village below mourned the horrible transformation of their god's abode, but now, 100 years later, the mountain is as green as ever. The people of the village and the people of the mountain still tell the story of the fire, but today's children can hardly imagine that the rich green slopes were once charred and blackened. Restored though it is to its original green lushness, of course, the mountain could well be enveloped in flames again 100 years from now, 200 years from now, or even tomorrow. Even if it should be charred bare again, however, trees would sprout anew, the birds and beasts and insects chased away by the fire would return to their homes, and given enough time, the mountain would be covered in green as before. Such are the workings of nature. Given enough time, dizzying stretches of time. But no. To become dizzy at the thought of vast stretches of time is a privilege of the ordinary folk, those who have no choice but to devote all of their energies to living in the present. How unfortunate they are to be able to look back to the past of 1,000 years ago, like an old man telling a child a fairy tale, once upon a time, a long, long time ago. And how truly fortunate one would be to be able to tell the story of this country's future as a rosy dream, the way children relate their own dreams of the future with flashing eyes, and to entrust that dream to the next reign. Ming stands at the window like this every morning. A special time of day for her when she thinks about the livelihood of her subjects, watches for signs of enemy intrusions, and ponders measures she might wish to adopt. She has done this every day without fail for the past 1,000 years. The country has flourished. The people no longer starve as they did when she first took the throne. Future historians will no doubt sing the praises of Ming's 1,000-year reign. She'll be extolled as the 1,000-year-old queen, and her noble figure will be vividly engraved in people's memories. Cherishing these memories of her, however, people will die before she does. The historians who praise her, too, instead of witnessing her reign to its end, will themselves become a part of history. Ming has been queen for the past 1,000 years, and probably will be for the next 1,000 years as well. A lot less narrative design space to work with for writing about Ming. I'm curious where we're going with it. Majesty is in excellent spirits again this morning, I trust. She hears the voice behind her. Her gaze still fixed on the streets of the city below, Ming answers, "You're early today." Not so early if Her Majesty herself is already observing the smoke rising from the cauldrons of her people. She need not turn to ascertain the identity of the smiling face behind her. It belongs to Nagram, her senior minister. The smile is courtly, genial, but deep within the narrowed eyes, she knows, there resides a dark gleam. Today I will accompany Her Majesty in the inspection of the troops. You? Yes, owing to a slight change in assignments today. Is that so? I'm hardly up to the task, but I'll do my best if Her Majesty will allow me to serve in this capacity. I beg her permission. Their backs still turned to Nagram. Ming gives a silent nod. Ah, yes, she thinks to herself with a bitter smile. Drink. Her plan goes into action today. Ming has sensed for a very long time that Nagram is up to no good. He apparently has seized command of certain units of the Royal Guard. Scattered throughout the city, too, his people are lying low, ready to set fires as soon as his orders come down. No doubt about it, today, when the regular ceremonial inspection of the troops is scheduled to take place, is the perfect day for a coup. When Nagram leaves, Ming enters her office and summons Hans, the most senior of her ministers, a true elder statesman and her most trusted confidant. Hans, who sports a luxurious beard, has served Ming for over 40 years. Your Majesty, I understand Nagram was here earlier. Yes, apparently he is to accompany me to the inspection of the troops. This is all she has to tell him. Stroking his bushy beard, Hans says, "That means they've run out of patience." "I know," replies Ming. "I'm sure they can't wait to get started." What a fool Nagram is. He has absolutely no idea that Your Majesty has been letting him set his own trap. If he were smart enough to realize that, he'd be taking at least 2 more years to make his preparations. Then he would have so much more power at his disposal. He could link up not just with the Royal Guard, but also the main body of the army and the police force. He could conspire with external enemies and arrange for them to invade just as the ceremonies were getting underway. Then his coup could probably succeed. If he had the long-range vision to include the wealthy merchants and the intelligentsia among his allies, he might even be able to mount a revolution that would overthrow the monarchy itself. This is what I would do if I were Nagram. As long as I was undertaking a coup, I would think about that much at least. Well, they don't have your long view. Han's smile could not hide the fact that all this talk of successful revolution was making him uncomfortable. Her Majesty is unmatched by any enemy except one, Her Majesty herself. He may be right, Ming thinks. If she had an enemy with an eternal life like hers who was willing to devote all the time needed to planning a revolution, be it a whole century or even two, the result would surely go beyond revolution and develop into a full-scale civil war. Human lives, however, are limited in duration, and because of this limitation, humans rush to achieve results before they're ready. Negrim is one of them. If he could live 200 years, to say nothing of 1,000, he would not be trying to take up arms at such an in-between point in time. Still, says Hans, I have to admit that Negrim has extended his forces far more successfully than I ever imagined. What have I been doing all this time? I'm utterly ashamed of myself. Don't let it bother you, Hans. Thanks to your inattention, we will probably be able to smoke out many more rats. Ming gives a satisfied chuckle. Nor is this mere bravado on her part. They chose not to arrest Negrim at an earlier stage, but allowed him to swim free for a while in order to take this opportunity to net the entire force of rebels both inside and outside the palace. Yes, I know, Hans replies, and goes on to explain the plan for crushing the coup. His plans are impeccable. The coup has virtually no chance of succeeding. All they need to do is carry out a wholesale arrest of the rebel royal guard units that rise up in the palace and the partisans lurking in the city, and it'll be some time before any more individuals with outsized ambition show up again. This will be our first purge in 15 years, Hans remarks. Has it been that long? It certainly has, Your Majesty. This fine beard of mine was jet black last time. Hans commanded the troops to put down the coup 15 years ago. I was going to say, I wonder why they bothered mentioning that he has a beard, but it came back because this is a good writer. Loyal, courageous, and cool-headed, he is the ideal staff officer. Without a doubt, he is one of the very best military advisors Ming has had in over 1,000 years on the throne. How selfish of me, Hans. I should have let you retire years ago. That's out of the question, Your Majesty. Serving you is my life. I'm deeply honored to have this final opportunity to be of service. Is Hans going to turn on her? True, not even the superb retainer could be with her throughout all eternity. In another 5 years, 10 at the most, Hans, like other loyal retainers of the past, will be laid to rest to the sound of military cannons. It's always like this. Just as the ambitious ones rush to make their mark because they cannot live forever, the loyal ones in whom she can place your complete confidence stake their very lives on serving her because they cannot live forever. They carve their names in a single line of history, and they depart from Ming for the rest of eternity. Ming herself, though, goes on living. Eternal youth, immortality. So this is the dream of humanity, is it? None of them knows the loneliness of eternal life. When Hans next addresses Ming, there is new urgency in his voice. About the troops that will quell the uprising, I will command the ones outside the palace. Do I have Her Majesty's permission to put command of the interior palace guards in the hands of my young protege, Jan? Ah yes, Jan. He may be young, but he's extremely capable. I've nurtured him carefully. I know he will serve Her Majesty splendidly after this old soldier's gone. I'd like to give him the opportunity to distinguish himself in the current emergency. Ming herself is fully aware of Jan's outstanding qualities. Young as he most certainly is, he far excels the other chamberlains in both civil and military arts. He's undoubtedly the prime candidate to succeed Hans as Ming's top general. What are Her Majesty's thoughts on the matter? All right then, let him take charge. Her Majesty has my unbounded thanks. I am sure Jan himself will be deeply moved to learn that he has earned Her Majesty's confidence. Hans all but prostrates himself before her, an expression of relief on his face at having obtained Ming's permission. But still, he continues, Her Majesty has been wary of Negrim for a very long time. True, she says. Meanwhile, this old soldier of yours has no idea whatever that Negrim might be planning a rebellion. I'm deeply ashamed to confess it now, but to me he seemed the very model of loyalty. How is it that Her Majesty was able to see Negrim's actual disloyalty? Ming only smiles without answering his question. The same thing happened at the time of the coup 15 years ago, Hans continues. The only reason we were able to suppress the revolt before it got started was that Her Majesty saw it coming before anyone else. Then as now, I was blind to the traitor's plot. If you say so, Hans. Has Her Majesty forgotten? Well, it was so long ago. Ming tries to evade the issue. There is no way she could have forgotten. The ringleader of the coup 15 years ago was her most trusted retainer. When she first broached the subject to Hans and the others, warning them to be on their guard against the man, all without exception insisted that he, above all, was beyond reproach. In the end, Ming's suspicions proved to be correct. She knew. However faithfully he carried out her orders, however warmly he swore his loyalty, she knew. These days, however, she had begun to wonder on occasion if that is something to be grateful for. The landscape is not the only thing that changes in 1,000 years. People's hearts also change. After numberless meetings and partings over the centuries, Ming has come to realize the fragility, the evanescence of trust. She no longer trusts anything in words, neither can she fully trust everything in action. She knows by looking at a person's eyes. That way she can tell everything to a mysterious and disheartening degree. In the eyes of all those who would bring harm to this country, without exception, there resides a dark gleam. It is there in all of them, the man plotting a coup, the man secretly involved with foreign enemies, the man fattening his purse with heavy taxes wrung from the people, the female spy who seduces high ministers to extract state secrets, the man who accepts huge bribes from merchants eager for the glory of becoming an official purveyor to the royal household. Neither their words nor their deeds give them away. Often the man himself has no idea of the misdeeds he will later commit. But Ming can tell. Only Ming, who has lived for 1,000 years. I like that this feels like pretty different from the Seth story. I think we only got like 1 or 2 Seth stories as well. The silent voices tell her, "Be careful of this man. Don't take your eyes off that woman." This was not the case in her youth, but having repeatedly tasted the bitter experience of betrayal, having been assailed by her own regrets and self-reproach, she has learned to doubt. Ming can see what no one else can, that dark gleam deep in the eyes. This has enabled her to ward off a variety of disasters before they could start. The king has managed to flourish because Ming has more often chosen to doubt than to believe. This is the best course for her to follow as queen. It is, however, an infinitely lonely way to live. Negrim's coup collapses in an instant. Rebel units of the Royal Guard who draw their swords against Ming during the inspection of the troops in the plaza become the prey of Yan and his men, who have been hiding around the perimeter. Meanwhile, the anti-rebel forces under Han's command pounce on Negrim's followers, who have been gathering to set fire to the city, and arrest them without resistance. Poor Negrim grovels on the earth, begging for his life. To him, Ming says only, "I grant you the right to die with honor." The soldier lays a sword before Negrim. Wordlessly, Ming conveys to Negrim that it is time for him to take his own life. He turns on her heels and returns to the palace under armed escort. This will keep anyone from having thoughts of fomenting a rebellion, for a while at least. The peace of the kingdom has been preserved, but it will not last forever. When the memory of Negrim's coup begins to fade 10 years from now, or 20, or even 100, another man with ambition will emerge, as has happened many times before. It is the role of the queen to accept this endlessly repeating cycle, Ming tells herself, sighing. Ming is standing at the palace window, surveying the city streets below when Yan enters the room. "Your Majesty, I'm here to report that Negrim successfully took his own life a short while ago." "Oh? Did he dispatch himself with dignity?" "He did. Traitor though he was, he died in a way befitting a commanding general. Return his body to his family with all due ceremony." She turns and stares straight at Yan, whose spine stiffens under the onslaught of her gaze. And then she sees it, without a doubt. That dark gleam flashes deep within his eyes for one fleeting instant. So Yan is another one, is he? She thinks with a bitter smile. Unable to fathom the meaning of her smile, Yan is at a loss for words. "Thank you for all your efforts," Ming says to him. Suppressing a sigh, she turns to the window again. The sky stretches overhead in an expanse of blue. Only thing unchanged for the past 1,000 years may be the blue of that sky. But still, I am the queen, Ming tells herself, meditating on her role. I am the one who rules this country and maintains the people's happiness. She gazes long and hard at the sky, rising to her full, proud height. Oh, look, it's Queen Ming. A little boy in an alleyway below the castle spots Ming and begins waving at her wildly. "Queen Ming! Queen Ming!" A woman, the boy's mother no doubt, charges out a doorway and, bowing humbly to Ming, begins scolding the boy for his rude behavior. Ming herself, however, waves back at him, a placid smile on her face. Smiling joyfully at this unexpected response from Her Majesty the Queen, the boy starts jumping up and down, shouting, "Long live Queen Ming!" Ming stares again at the sky above. Unchanged though it has been for 1,000 years, the blue of the sky penetrates more deeply into her eyes and her heart than it ever did in the days of her youth. I think that's about all you can tell about a 1,000-year-old queen. I think that Kaim is a much more interesting vessel for storytelling, especially when you're not bound to what his job has to be or whatever. I think the Seth one was similarly fine.
We should take the white boa.
I kind of wish we got that earlier, though. I know she didn't have her memories at the time.
If it's a ship you need,
does a good job of setting up who Ming is.
To get through the ice fields, we'll need a ship that can break the ice with its hull. And the white boa can do that.
Well, it's true the Nautilus doesn't have as
50th
much
time
strength.
she's beating up tanks in her courtyard.
Probably be no match against the ice. I guess she wouldn't be right for this one.
Oh, I meant no insult to the Nautilus. She has shown unmatched maneuverability. And we shall have need of her again. Please, lend us your help when we need it.
Yeah, sure. Leave it to me.
We should be able to berth the Nautilus inside the White Boa.
Oh, cool.
That way we could use either ship when needed.
That's true. I shall go ahead of you to the harbor to give instructions for our departure.
Ming,
What is it?
will you go back? Not to our world, but to your country. You must choose at some point. A 1,000 years is a long time.
I wish Game Kaim was the same as Story Kaim. He's
There are
fine.
many important things to be done in this world.
Kaim. What will you do?
Chamber of Flowers. Open? Fine. Yeah, this game is broken into like long dungeons where you're doing the same 5-minute battle for like 3 hours with like no dialogue or stories or anything, and then big sections like this where you get like 6 different dreams in a row. I wonder if Sakaguchi originally aimed to more directly adapt some of the stories, and like just kind of having them pop up occasionally during play kind of was the middle ground. Coming here a long time ago. Hidden explosives. You don't have any, there are no choices in this game. I don't think it really matters, right? Certainly aren't any like pointless Persona 5. Both of these choices do the same thing. Might get occasional like, do you want to use the elevator, yes or no pop-ups, but I don't think there's ever like a dialogue option. No worries. And these identical bedrooms are there. Aquaus bomb. This is gonna take forever to clean up. Oh yeah, all that damage right outside the building. In here. Hello. I was already maxed out anyway. Well, the elevator can go up one more step here. Try it real quick. When I came in from, I think. Ah. Take the exit up at the top. The highest density of save points. All right, it's fine. Oh right, I need to check my immortal skills really quick. Do that really. So. They'll have triple accessories now, which I pretty much have to give everyone. Be silly not to. Kind of a wild thing to just have it be a skill you can learn on disc 4. Okay. Got counter up, double counter attack damage. Just take something for the passive effect. Is there another counter itself on here? Yeah, then I don't have to have it equipped. Can take like I don't know if that's worth it. Stand ready. Occasionally doubles counterattack damage. I already have that. Angel Heart. Special accessory is not very helpful at the moment. Defense boost is boring. I probably want to give him like an anti-status effect. Let's do Terror maybe? Or I could give him elemental resistance. It's probably worth it. Why not? Okay. Finish learning double experience in case I ever kick Seth out of the party, but I don't think I can, because if I kick Seth out, I have to like equip all of these on Seth and use basically all of her skill slots up, which seems bad. So let's not do that. I guess the other stuff doesn't really matter. Else from Tolton that I really want. Not really. That might help later. I don't know how effective that actually is in practice, though. Okay, so she's got attack up, HP max up. have another like weaker. Oh, well, I don't really need that because I already have waterproof. I need to double check what level would get me power up on Seth. Would be a good use of his turn. I need to hold on to that to put on one of the mortal characters. That's fine. Alright, spells. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I think Kami put it on subblock like 8 years ago or something. Level 5 spirit magic. Okay. Seal blocker. White. I think that gets it for me. Well, it could be on him, but he can actually do damage without it, so maybe not. Do I have one that's just like level 5? Level 5, okay. And then we can give it to Sed. And switch that out for this, and then put that on Seth. Should be fine. I think those stack, I don't know though. You're in the chat of the subblock pod saying you've never heard of it. I don't know. There's a shitload of science fiction games, especially indie science fiction games. I guess whether or not they're JRPGs doesn't particularly matter to me, but... Okay, let's see if I can get across the canal now and go find the last of these triggers. Oh, there's some damage at the front there, that's funny. Gesturing broadly to damage. Back canal. I don't think it was like a temporary lockout thing. Oh, maybe it's open. Thank you. Not a real house I can go in, so... Alright, this is what we were looking for. Okay. It's a deep morality game if you can nuke a town for no reason. Thank you, Bethesda. Very cool. I think I read these already. Yeah, this has been in another town. Alright, so Umara, a few of these. So one of the things I need is here. This was where Cook and Mac's mom died. There's combat here. Reversa. 6 damage on one enemy based on HP the user has lost. Probably pretty good for like a speed run or something, but Precious might be good. I still need here. What the Cursed Mask guards. Full of enlightenment. The fuck is that? Right there from the map. Oh, it's specific to the White Boa. Okay, so I think I'm done with Numara. I gotta go get in the White Boa. And then I think I have a couple more that trigger in the White Boa. Yeah, I have to just go there by exiting from the main world map. What's with this kid? Is he a young dog person? Womp womp. Do wish, given how dependent on the like map menu this game was, that there was a return to map button. So, do I have to go to the port to then exit, I think? Oh, don't just load me into the port here. I was just in. It might. Son of a bitch. Okay. So there must be somewhere for me to exit from here that goes to the world map. Let me just see if I can go. That's the City of Ruins. Don't want to go that way. You're like a random NPC I have to talk to. Go around here, perhaps? Thanks. Platform is comically large. Hopefully the White Boa has actual like sailing music, because the game has a sweet sailing music song, but it doesn't play when you're on the Nautilus for whatever reason. Yes, let's go. Jansen now. Talk to the pond-watching crewman in the guest area of the White Boa. Clean-loving crewman Kalanoth. Ooh, level 3 rings. Volcano, Demolition, and Fury. Ocean, Demolition, and Fury. Okay, I'm sensing a pattern here. Demolition, Fury, and Soulsucker. King, Thief, Biohazard. That sounds great. I could make that for Seth. Oh, but I don't have my whole party. Fuck. Okay. Try unequipping everyone's rings and see how close I can get to that. I'm guessing that's like crazy endgame shit. Oh yeah, this was a dungeon before, I remember now. It's like the Enterprise. Okay, that's one. White Boa main deck for the Not worth going in the cabin. Get her harp. We have to bring her here. I need her harp to fight a optional boss, I think. Should be another NPC down here. There's no random battles here anymore. Oops. They want me to look for Cook and Mac? Actually not sure what the game wants from me at the moment. No, it's just here. Something is hidden around the waters where Kent once stood. That's the last one I needed, so I guess I have to find Cook and Mac now. Main deck is the thing. Out of curiosity, what new rings can I make for all the stuff I just found? Daydream ring, Crusher ring, Devour ring ultra, 8 XGC damage, damn. Crazy. Gestion ring, oh. Might want that. I bet that combines into something. Painting ring ultra. That's a lot of ultra rings. Now I want the biohazard ring. Hacker ring ultra. So which one of these was the crit chance up? They all seem to require that. I don't know if I have enough items to make any of them. Critical up. Yeah, I just don't have enough gutsy cloths to even make rage rings. That's funny. Hey, what's up, Ming?
Do you really mean it?
I can't say what Gongora might be planning. For him to remain in this world for his own selfish ends.
Not about him. About you. don't you want to stay and save Numara?
There's something else to stay for, too.
I don't know if Jansen deserves it, but they have given adequate time to it, so. Way too old for you, Jansen. Jansen should die now, right? Not like immediately, but like as part of the end of the game.
What? A bum? Like me? I'm sorry. I'm not used to this, you know, getting serious like this, and, well, I mean, you, see, you're queen, you got a castle, it's, you know, own your own country, you know, I'm serious when I fall in love. I mean, you know, I don't play around like that. I mean, I know I am good looking and kind of irresistible. But see, I never thought you'd get serious about me, and I gotta tell you, I mean, you being immortal, and I'm just, you know, just a regular guy, you know, good sense of humor, you know, but I don't know what to say. Help me.
So queens shouldn't fall in love?
Trap question, Jansen. You did the answer that's not in the drop down. Choose not to reply. The whole party watching them, or cooking Mac.
Okay. I know you're there. Kids.
I still like Jansen.
You two little snoops.
I feel like he's the main character of game Lost Odyssey, while Kaim is the main character of story Lost Odyssey. Story book.
Ow! What are you, Seth's sister?
Aunt Ming, this is the guy for you?
He's the only one for me.
Until he dies. How like ridiculously huge this ship is. commercial that's just focused on the boat. That's funny. I have a lot of like commercials that are seared into my mind, like very specific lines from trailers and like, but I basically haven't seen commercials since 2005.
What kind of business?
Except when I'm like visiting someone's house and they have the TV on.
Yep, she'll be faster than the white boa. Ha! And she'll be able to jump again.
Whoa, amazing!
Yeah.
Then we'll really be the flying pirates. That's so cool.
That was when I discovered piracy. And just used torrents to watch anything I wanted to watch. Sure, why not? Save your game and shop at all times. Wow, this guy's slow. I guess that makes sense. It's like, huge. Oh, that's pretty cool. Might be neat just to see the old commercials. I get the... Okay, so I think we have a bunch of new locations now. Any of them marked explicitly as new? Might have to find them, which is going to be a struggle. I think Grand Staff is that big guy there, so I think that's the end of the game, so I don't want to do that just yet. I think the side content in this game is actually pretty good, so... Has to be places with ice. Assume it's the new zones that have a little white location markers. I think we need to turn all the way around here. Didn't mean to go here. Hopefully it lets me back out.
Hey, is that it?
Oh, the hypercurrents are protecting the damn thing.
What is that glow?
That's magic energy. It's storing up power like a living creature.
It's getting stronger. I've never felt anything like it before.
Whoa, that's really creepy. Hey, you're not crying, are you? This isn't the time to be crying.
Can we get any closer?
This ship will be fine.
Well, let's not. Really hard to turn this thing. Which makes sense. Probably has a better turning radius than most actual cruise ships. It's fine, everything's fine. I'm so sad that there's no music when you're in the boat, at either boat. Like, he made a boat song for the game. It plays occasionally in like cutscenes. Uematsu's like really good at vehicle music. It's kind of wild that they rendered the entire world map just for the boat. This is a new one that I can go to now up here. I don't know if it's underwater only. Let's see if it lets me like disembark here somehow. Might be. I bet if I go up to it with the big ship, I can break into it. I can jump now too, which is interesting. Maybe necessary to get to certain things. You ice. Kneel before my shitty turning radius. Whoa. Okay. To like dive from in here now. Okay. Be very possible to miss some of the in-game secrets here. It's wild. Disc 4 either has an insane amount of content or their cutscenes in this game are like really expensive. Just take up a shitload of space. So this is one of the places I have to go. That's good. Disc 3, they managed to like lock you out of everything, and it was just a whole shitload of cutscenes. It was definitely shorter than any other disc. Temple of Enlightenment. Sure. A lot of 7 disc 3. A lot of the PS1 disc-based games, the third disc just like locks you out of as much stuff as possible and pretty much just has the final dungeon on it. That's true of 7, 8, and 9. Eight's final disc is pretty much just the final dungeon. 7's final disc is a bunch of stuff is locked out, but you can go to the crater. 9's final disc is pretty much just Memoria, and most of the world map is locked out.
No one gets in my way.
Oh, weird. Black. I don't have ground us though. It's crazy. Nice. Incredible. Should change their rings. Do it in a second. I want to come here after visiting all the other places. This seems like the big, like, secret dungeon. Might get some stuff to make this place easier elsewhere. That's probably fine. Oh, somebody drew like a dark, fucked up version of the Kilalon. Just a glimpse into their dark reality. Full stare into their twisted perspective would make you go insane. Ow.
To lose.
Okay. It's naughty by nature to lose. Walk this far. I'm tempted to get like a single chest before I dive in. Now let me look for the other places. The HP of 3 literal tanks. We'll see. That place might end up not being super worth doing. There's ice up there. I don't think I can disembark there, though. Let me try. Go to the menu, but I think I have to go specifically to a port. So what's the nearest port? Ooh-wee. Okay, well that's close to one, so I can go there. Oh, no. Oh, don't tell me I have to pilot it all around the world. Okay. That's kind of fucked up. That's probably fine. Yeah, and it's got the sweet like guitar part. Such a weird choice. Turn around. There you go. I'm tempted to like put on the world map music. It's gonna take me so long to get up there. Lost, Odyssey. Instead of having it on like a screen, like a destination selection screen, right? You're not likely to spend very long on music. That's pretty bad. Never ending something or other. Northeast. Self a disembark location? Just when it started to play the fun part. Okay, whatever. Pirate Fortress. Like the last minute of the song. Whoa. Pretty cool. Gar, one of my crew. Sid's totally not Sid, right? Pretty impressive haptic feedback on the controller for the gondola. More Master Thief tools is cool. Convinced the seeds don't really... Like, I've gotten some really boring items from them. Maybe there's something amazing if you find literally all of them. I think there's supposed to be like mini medals and Dragon Quest. I guess the mini medal rewards are usually pretty lame. Or at best, like, fine. Said studio. think this works for exactly 2 items in the game. Looking at the treasure hunt list, there are 2 items that require this. Friend information. Huh. Thought maybe he was gonna give you stuff from like missables from other discs. I like the solution of having missables get sold in an auction house somewhere. What is it? For all the seeds. What the fuck? How arbitrary. How many seeds are there? Is it like 100 or 108 or something? 99, okay. I don't know if I need to use those cube music scores for anything. Got a bunch of them now. Anything new here? Quake ring. The main reason to come here is for the Magic Locator 3, I guess. Seems like a lot of work to make this zone to only have like 2 things here. I wonder if it's like cut content. This way. This zone is a really great use case for why there should be a return to map button. All right, off we go. I think this counts as a landing point here. Yeah. We got 2 more of these ice locations. I'll continue playing the song from the cool electric guitar part. On a menu screen, what the hell? I wonder if it's like an error, like that it doesn't play when you're piloting the ship. Just a disembarkment point. Oh shit. Yeah, exactly. I suspect that they wanted to do more with the map at some point in development and had to like settle for the the like select a location screen. I think they like actually went to the trouble of building the whole map, so they kept it for the vehicle segments. The funny post was like, kick-ass video game music lists always have like battle against a shadowy foe, fight for our survival, battle for everyone's souls, or like Puzz Quest 2 options menu. Come on, turn around. Come on. Okay. Takes almost exactly 1 minute and 40 seconds to get anywhere on the world map. Cotton Cave. Traps. I didn't want to deal with weaklings who only rely on medicines. Fuck, I am a weakling who only relies on medicines. God damn it. But Black Dynamite, I sell drugs to the community. That guy's pretty cool looking. I did not save. That's fine.
You know, it's tough being so popular.
Okay, so set is significantly less useful. Oh, it's got like 10k. Okay, I'm probably gonna regret this. Organic killer or something. Keep him on the Royal Night Ring. Bio killer, right? Anything else that has bio killer on it? Level 1. Let's take the damage up. Should be fine. No elements. Let's do power us. Wish I could cast that on everybody. That would be great. Okay, he's got pretty high defense. He doesn't hit like a truck. Uh-oh. Okay. It's a little alarming. And it's got bad breath. And I can't use items. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Do fuck all for damage. Canceled my spell cast too. Two damage. Try again. I gotta like, give them all immunity to stuff. Yeah, there's just no way. It takes 2 whole turns to get off. How dare you? There's like nothing you can do in that case. He's just completely screwed. Yeah, taking away my ability to use recovery items is extremely mean. Gamble. Might make enough of a difference. We'll see, I guess. Oh, it ignores defense. Those 3 attacks.
Okay.
See how much Powerous makes a difference for Seth and Kime's attacks here. It's out of MP. That helps a lot. Okay, I might be able to win just based on that. If Kime doesn't miss. I don't think I have any ability to res in this group. Check and see what Jansen has here. Bye, Kime. Just need you to stand back up. Okay. Race. Revive. It doesn't really matter because Kime's gonna get up on his own. God, that takes so long to cast. Oh shit! Unfortunate. Okay, that could have been worse. It was much worse the first time.
Thanks.
Cave Worm is no longer taunted. It's too bad I missed the perfect. The damage difference is really significant. I know, right? There's like 2 graphics for blind that look almost identical. It's too bad that got delayed. Let's see if I can get a steal off here. Nice 2,000. It's too bad. I really needed that damage. Now I definitely can't res anybody. And one of them is like formation lock, which is like completely inconsequential. You can actually hit him and not miss here. We might be okay. Fuck. Didn't get the perfect when I needed it. Wow, it's cutting that close. I love the way these boss fights feel, though. As like frustrating as many of the random battles are, they're in that perfect region where it's like, man, if I lose, I know exactly what I'm going to do about my build to give myself a better chance of winning. But then it still feels possible to win when you're playing it blind. I think that's really hard to get. Gravity Rave, Gravity Ring, Anira's Plume. Okay. Oh, is that her only? Gravity Rave. Holy shit. Holy shit. And Rare Item Robber 3? What does Anira's Plume do? Absorb Wind. Okay. So I guess you can eventually get absorbed to all 4 elements and like really, really hard endgame content. I haven't had a single counterattack since equipping any of that shit, but, you know, whatever. Should probably try to leave and save. I can't use items in here. Let's try to do that.
I must stand and fight.
Fire and water. Okay. Red Wilbur. Fortunately, I have the wrong elements for all of them. I guess I need Groundus and Aquas, which I don't have. So I guess I'll just do Flaris on the water guys. I don't think they're like actively resistant to it, I'm not sure. The level 3 version of that's pretty good. Perpetual Darkness. Of course, I'm missing my perfects now. I think I survived that boss fight because I have all of the auto barricade, auto shield things on Seth and Kaim. So I should probably switch her, give her the thing that lets her share HP and MP drain with the rest of the party.
Not even near my level.
To decide whether I want it to go on the whole party, because then you waste a lot of the drain, but then I have one that's like only the back row, which is pretty good. I already had attack boost one. Okay, well that makes that easy. Absorb HP or MP to a party member in the back row to all allies. I'll try Drain Shower and see how bad the divide is. It would be not so bad if it like continued to divide accurately if you if it like targeted someone who already had full HP or MP, but it doesn't do it smartly. It just divides it by 5. Which is unfortunate.
Hey, I wasn't ready.
So Adamantoise. A rotten dragon. Okay. $61.41 to everyone actually isn't bad. Now that I can probably put something more interesting on said. Suck it.
I am the greatest.
Okay. Oh my god. How did I get no random battles on the way to the boss?
Hey, take the initiative, I always say.
It's a lot of bats. Keese. I'll have him do all hit. It really is quite lame the way multi-target attacks work in this game. I don't think I've ever had an opportunity to really just kill everyone, because it always takes at least 2 turns for it to go off. At that point, it's like, why bother? I think, does fire beat wind? Wind beats earth. Earth beats water. Water beats fire. Fire beats wind. Okay. It's too many bats. Way too many bats. In fact, I probably actually do need to cast one of these guys. Even though it takes 2 fucking turns. I'm not looking forward to them taking their turn here, right? Cape of Illusions. Like an actual... I don't know if that's a crafting ingredient or an accessory. Composite ones are still worth it. So many individual enemies taking their turn. Right. It's actually reasonably respectable, even if I miss the perfects. 12 MP is enough to do a lot. And even all hit takes 2 turns. It's completely unnecessary. And it doesn't even kill them. Amazing. Prisma should, though.
I am the greatest.
I guess maybe what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to have a character completely waste their turn using casting support on another character. It doesn't just waste their turn, but it like makes it so they can't do anything but use casting support. And that makes them cast fast enough that you could maybe get an all-hit attack off on the first turn. Maybe. Okay. Oh yeah, that save was actually further back than I appreciated. Glad I didn't die in that boss fight. I'll try to explore this place. Don't think we'll be finishing today, but we'll definitely finish next week. Does seem like having some of these upgrades makes the main story stuff easier. Like, I don't know if I could have done... There's that thing where you had to fight the 5 dinosaurs at the same time. I don't know if that would have been possible if I didn't have absorbed fire on 2 characters. 'Cause it was hitting for like 1,500, and you could do it like twice in a row. The enemy AI in this game is quite odd. It seems like it just is like pure random. Like, if it has an attack that can wipe your party, it will just, through bad luck of the roll, hit you with it twice in a row. I recently found out that I got ridiculously lucky when I was playing Fear and Hunger. There's an enemy in that game that I correctly identified as being a, like, pyramid head, you're going to die immediately fight. And when I fought him in the game, I beat him. I was like, holy shit, I beat him. I didn't think that was going to happen. But then I found out that he has like a 1 in 4 chance to do an attack that just instantly removes your limbs, including your head. And I happened to have him never do that over the course of like 6 turns or something. Nice. Okay, what do we got here? Really not supposed to fight him. King Thief Ring. Okay, I already have one of those. Gestion Ring. Ultra. Don't have the Gutsy Cloths. Switch everyone's rings out here. I like the Gravity Ring. Probably don't need that. Probably fine with a Demolition Ring, actually. Just go up that. Tonk. Yeah, so like if I had casting support, I wonder if it works with... Can he do it? Oh, he doesn't have it by default. One enemy, one enemy, one enemy. I think it has to be Prisma. This is super annoying though, because this is going to take forever. This right here is why Dungeons & Dragons takes for fucking ever. Even in a video game, right, just having all the enemies spling at you and hit you for damage once takes a solid 30 seconds or so. Game desperately needs a Bravely Default style, like fast forward. And it wouldn't be quite so bad if the target all enemies attack went at the start of the second turn, but it almost is guaranteed to go at the end of the second turn. It's like just short of killing them all with that. So I probably need to bother with the all hit. I can probably kill another one of them just to reduce the number of attack animations down slightly. So Kaim has Absorb Wind. Let's get that back. Let's teach her Absorb Wind. I can have 3 characters that are immune to wind. Down there to that treasure. Don't know what the point of that is, but okay. Death powders. Oh, did I confirm if that cape was an accessory? No, I think it's a ingredient. For what though? Well, I'm not going to find out now. There it is. Cape of Illusions, right in Robert 3. Okay. Angel Guard. I'm worried this is one I already have access to. Fuck, am I blind? Maybe it's only equipable by certain characters. Yes. Okay, it's a ribbon. That's a big deal. Alright, so... Huh. Is it worth me throwing... Okay, well, him having it makes sense. Since he has the double item command and can remove status effects from other people. I forgot to do this. But I should still teach it to somebody else. So I will teach it to Kaim to start. Because he can learn the effect and then he doesn't need to have the accessory equipped, and that should be fine. So I guess I'll get rid of this for now, and we do special accessory, and then Kaim Angel Guard. So that's cool. So all the immortals can be pretty much trivially immune to status ailments, and that saves up a bunch of skill slots because I already have anti-petrify on that list.
Guess we have no choice.
I really like the immortal concept. I'd love to see another game, like an indie game, try another like whack at it. I think it works fine in this. Like, I don't think it's like a busted concept or something, but I do think it would benefit from a little bit more iteration. Nice. To nuke this guy real quick. Keep missing perfects with her, it's a bummer. She's actually a pretty good like passive healer if I hit the perfect.
It's not in my nature to lose.
Okay. So permanent ribbons on 2 characters and an equipable ribbon on a 3rd character is a pretty good deal. Guess I'm still a little bit hosed when it comes to one character. Okay, there's a chest I missed and I can get out of here. That's a pretty short dungeon. Not something up this way, is there? Chest across the way. Fairies' Cradles. I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. Not that. I want this because this is one of the ingredients for the combo ring that I was going to make. Perpetual Darkness. I think I needed the Biohazard ring, which requires a Contagion ring, which requires 3 more gutsy cloths. God damn it. Maybe I'll get lucky and they'll just like drop from something later. I guess I can throw the instant death thing on Sed since I don't really need his Baron ring anymore. Since I'm generally physically attacking with him, if I can get a free instant death, that'd be swell. I can climb up to that. Go up like here, and then can I cross over? I can't if I go all the way. And that's the last thing. That was a nice short little dungeon with the boss. And of course, you get the fucking remedy, or the fucking ribbon from the boss that hits you with bad breath, naturally.
Let's take it now.
It's a Sakaguchi special. Cannot hit perfects on her anymore. Didn't get the instant death effect. Yeah, it was. I don't think I could have gone down. There's no way to reach it otherwise.
It's over.
Idiot. Not as much of an idiot. There we go.
It's over.
Delay the cast? No. Oh, interesting. Good enough.
That was close.
Skill Master Tolton, huge MP gift. Don't know that I really need that. That means he can't learn anything else, so I might want to swap him out of the party temporarily just to see if there's any other skill links I want to pick up. There's literally one that's underwater. That's kind of interesting. See, I feel like it's worth doing the treasure hunts if you can get a ribbon from it. It's effectively 5 ribbons if you have an all-immortal party. Come in. Guessing it's just literally underwater. Okay, that's a pretty good reward. I'm really hoping the endgame doesn't require me to use Sarah at all because she has 2 slots. I haven't leveled her basically at all. It's such a wild gamble. It's like in a game like this where back row party members aren't getting XP, and generally you can get away with using your choice of party members for 99% of the game. It feels incorrect to like waste time leveling up backup party members, but then you can have a single story event that completely fucks you and there's like no way to know whether that's going to happen or not. You just confirm. Oh, there was a place inside there. Okay, I'll go back there in a second. Also, it looks like there's still an item there that I didn't find. So I'll go back after checking out whatever this is. Come on, turn. Oh my god, turn, turn. I'm holding left. Turn. Yeah, I'd be fine with that, actually. I think that'd be cool. I like that about FF6. There is a Kefka's Tower dungeon in this game, and it was probably one of the better dungeons in the game. Snowfields of the Northern Land. Probably should make myself save whenever I'm on that screen, just in case. Oh god, Dark Souls 2 flashbacks. The Leveler? You know, Sakaguchi he's got a couple ideas that he keeps coming back to that well, right? The black magic spell that's sealed away from the world because it's so powerful? I love that about, you see like every creator has that kind of thing, right? Okay, so you have an area where you can't use items, you have an area where you can't use magic. It's actually pretty similar to the towers in Final Fantasy V in general. Probably want to save before I do anything here. There's a marker he's talking about that I can use to exit. Oh, it just means they've had that button available the whole game and they only added it in this zone. Screaming and crying and shitting and vomiting. Telling you, it's so much worse when games demonstrate that they could have done the thing and just didn't. Okay, here we go. Alright, so there's some kind of like Lost Woods shenanigan here. I don't know how I'm supposed to learn it. On this map and only on this map, I can push in the right stick to return to the world map. And I've been talking about that for the whole game. I wish there was a button that let me go back to the world map from anywhere, because there's a lot of times where the game sends you deep into a dungeon or deep into a town and just asks you to walk all the way out. Don't have the thing they're weak against. It's probably fine. Star Absorber. Kill. Really fucking up here. Let's see what the star absorber does here.
It's not in my nature to lose.
Could switch Tolton with Mac to see if he has any other abilities. I guess I could just look it up too. Wanted to see what this ring was. I think get the new icon to go away on these for whatever reason. Healer. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Nah, this is just a random optional Lost Woods dungeon. Okay, follow the light particles, got it.
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
This count as the back row, huh? Better than the directions are fun too. I think that is the other possibility.
It's over.
Yeah. Empire bottle.
I am the greatest.
Magic storing stone. Ailment resistance. Okay. So Kime 100% needs to have that on forever. So we change anti-petrify to doesn't need the special accessory thing anymore, so I can give him maybe attack boost. She had a higher level attack boost. Damage is damage, I guess. So she needs. I guess I'll just replace that with special accessory. And then Angel Guard. Okay. And then I could just give it to Zed after that. I can try going with the Origin. Figured it was one or the other. A neat way to get a whole dungeon basically out of a really simple screen. Here's the ferocious dragon. Alright. Learn some lessons. Lucky you, I already have Jansen in my party. So we get Seth's ultimate weapon in the other dungeon. We get his ultimate spell here. So Dargon, blue dragon, cute. Just keep what she has, it's probably fine. This makes a gigantic difference in my potential DPS. Okay. Good to see my regular attacks do damage. Oh, this should be fine. Unless if he, like, hits me for a million damage here. Jansen, I guess. Come out a little bit late, but whatever. Yeah, 61 MP to the entire party is kind of amazing. Uh-oh. Meteor, basically? Oh, okay, it's Super Prisma. But it's single target? Ow! I think Tolton has persistence. Okay, don't do that. Glad he hadn't been buffed at that point. Tolton, buddy. It being named Blue Dragon is cute. I'm missing the perfects when it matters. No problem.
Only the Strongs.
Alright, so just Blue Dragon Eye. Defeated the Blue Dragon. Pretty sure I have all of the Xbox 360 achievements for Blue Dragon. So this is a legendary black magic, the leveler. Got that trophy or achievement or whatever. I'm like, I'm never doing this again. It's nice of them to just take you out. Leveler. Or S. Are you fucking kidding me? That's a joke. And it's based on your current HP? 4 turns? I like this game, but what the fuck? Okay, so now we have absorb water, absorb wind, absorb fire, and I guess you could absorb earth for finding every seed in the game. So there's actually still a thing here. Where I exit. save. So this makes it look like there's an item I can pick up, like, from the white boa. Yeah, exactly. Doing all right there, bud? Worried I was like permanently stuck there. I think I have to come at it from like the inside. I swear I'm holding right here. There were some bubbles underwater, but I don't think that was it. Check. I think they show underwater anymore? No, they do. Okay, it's buzzing here. Oh, wild. Okay, Solomon Staff and Solomon Ring. I think the last place I can go is accessible by going underwater, so. Set for Jansen. No, it's not. Ultimate Magic Staff, equipped with the power of Spirit Silver for Cook only. Water Tube, Biokiller Tube, Petrify Tube. Potentially pretty good. This game's spell design isn't quite like Dragon Quest levels of what the fuck. But it does. I think that they went a little bit too hard. I have to wonder if they had a point in the game where spells were stronger and then they nerfed the casting speed. And in so doing, just kind of made it almost pointless to cast. Oh, Kilon Village. Better than A, I think, but it still is 4 turns. Well traveled. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe you're right. Tournaments? It's entirely possible a Monster King would wield the strongest of magics. Oh, fighting by yourself? Nope. Turning right around. So I'll get at the loot that's in here. Oh, cute. This is a great battle theme. I wish we got more of it. This human thinks he's king of the world. Go get him. It's funny. Don't have a high enough level ground, so let's do this. Pirate? Oh, really? Okay, so that's a reason to go back to the hideout, I guess. Oh, another one of these, too. Something good for Tolton. Ooh. Just a second one of those? Quad element charm, quad element amulet nullifies. Holy shit. Okay, well then. The front of the party is gonna be pretty fucking set, turns out. Alright, let's give her... He may as well learn it, just in case absorbing makes a difference in a fight. The dragon eye, and then I have to re-equip special accessory. I guess I'll dump this for now. And then... Oh, where'd it go? Oh, it's the royal, that's right. Thought that included accessories. Okay. Sure. That makes it worth coming here. Godly Dragon Tears. So I can have full element immunity and full status effect immunity going into the end of the game. There's a shop here, it looks like. Hopefully it has every magic spell. What's up? Okay, that could be worth it. Kilonga sword? Okay. Yeah, alright. Wow. It's wild how expensive that is. And how late game it is. Just get one of each of these to see what enables for me. He does sell invisibility potions, which is cool. That was needed for an upgrade that I was thinking about earlier. Doesn't have the one thing I really needed, though. You're an inn, I take it. 30G is kind of a steal. Sleep ring, inertia ring. I need like some cloth. Make the biohazard ring. Master Kilo ring. Okay. I hope it has a funny in combat look to it. I think I'm going to skip the tournament because my white mages are not up to snuff at all. We'll head back to the other dungeon and see how far we can get in there. Temple of Enlightenment. Amazing. It'd be Kaim's ultimate weapon for a minute. Too many enemies. Too much health on these too many enemies. Okay. Love that it's single target. I think it might be worth having Tolton do all hits. This is the last one I haven't done, other than skipping the Kilolon one just now. I just skipped it because I don't have any strong white mages. Doesn't take a minute. Might be. Oh, they don't have all hit anymore because it sucks. That's right. Here, I guess it's decent. Try to hope for an instant death, I guess. Yes. Instant death would be extremely high value in this area. It must be a low proc chance. Nice, and Petrify is reasonable. I can maybe move that onto Sud. I think I appreciated that Mind spells were a Thorns effect. I thought it was like an added effect on physical hits. Interesting. Black Monster Bug Oil, what a name.
Better brace yourself.
Hell of a battle.
To lose.
A bunch of level ups. Okay. So switch this over to yep. And something else, I guess. The Legend Ring's probably fine. Yeah, I like the Gaia Ring. Guardian doesn't really matter. I usually don't attack the back row at all until the front row is dead. If I end up walking in here and this is like the similarly templated earlier ancient temple and it does the Kefka's Tower thing, I'll probably have to leave because I don't think my backup party is strong enough to handle enemies with 4,000 HP. So I can get some free loot though. I'll take a slot seed. I'm gonna sit on these in case I absolutely need to drop any on Sarah later. I can mostly catch her up skills-wise, if not levels-wise. There's another chest that... oh god. They made this as annoying as possible. See what they were doing.
Take the initiative, I always say.
Hey, it's only 3 enemies. That's good. Balloon. Death powder. Nice. The dream. It'd be really funny if Death just has a much lower success chance than Petrify, even though they're effectively the same thing. Ow. Not a lot of data points, but
Whoa, I'm getting too old for this.
purgatory. Ailment resistant, lucky GC ignore. Just a chance when you're attacking to completely ignore the enemy guard condition. Yeah. I don't know if that does anything for the front row, but they should probably both learn it. Right, so Sed's learned everything. Tolton's learned everything, so I could swap off of them, but they're still getting level ups down here, which makes them more effective. And then Kym learned... No, she learned Angel Guard. So I will go ahead and have to replace it in a second. Element resistance, yeah. Fine. She can technically equip royal equipment still, but I'll replace that in a second. Really care. Please don't be a potion or something stupid. I don't know what that does. I wish I could get some of these new icons to go away. I don't know why they're stuck. Sniper ring? No, it's the wyvern claw. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna pop my head in the dungeon. I guess I'll save really quick since I got those two items. Oh, really? Okay, I'll check that. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. Ultra paralysis fluid. Be nice. I feel like I've played a game that's done this before. It's escaping me which one, but like if there were like some area where you could open a bunch of chests that just gave you 99 of all of the trivial crafting recipe items. What game did that? Not necessarily 99, but give you exactly enough to craft a thing. They do that sometimes in this. Hasn't split party members yet. Crosscode does that. You like make one of them from the chest, but then the rest of them you have to farm from enemies, I guess. This one fight is really brutal in terms of just time taken. It's probably smarter for me to target individuals. I think I get more expected damage from this on my first turn, but then after the first turn, it's probably better for me to single target it. I really need to get a perfect there for a high chance. I might want to bounce from this place just because this one battle is like actually 5 minutes long. It doesn't really give XP to be worth being 5 minutes long. I suppose I could run from it every time it shows up. I could try. There is like a Final Fantasy X flee ability in this. Fuck.
Better brace yourself.
That was like 4K damage total versus like 2K single target. As long as I can hit like 4 enemies, I think it's worth doing that. I think even with guard condition, I can still one-shot them with Petrify. Oh, not like that, I can't. I'm really quite bad at getting perfects when there's anything on the line. He's nailing that with no stakes. There we go. It didn't proc Petrify that time. Now that is probably no longer effective. Oh, actually, I guess I got lucky on the roll. It's just like random damage. I love how making the front row really tanky in this really like has downstream effects protecting the back row. The guard condition system seems to be shining more here in the end game. Pretty much just means in boss fights prior to the end game that your back row is safe for like the first 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds. Ooh, double cast. That's kind of a huge deal. Okay, well, we'll learn that soon. I really need it. I guess it would be useful for like doing all remove ailments. Seth and Kaim both really suck at magic. This place is a little bit of a nightmare. Just a teensy bit. Let's see what's in the chests. Hopefully I can find my way out, right? Guess I already had those. dead end. Gravestone of Fear. A metal name. Oh no. This is like the this dungeon justifies having so many levels and equipment that probably that don't matter for beating the base game at all. It would be fine to do this if I could use like a rappel or something. Oops. Elevator should not count as steps taken. Come on, 3 bomb enemies. Oh, great. He's got a lot of HP, but he's like one guy. Hellish Kilolon. He's worse than I thought he was. Why not? Leveler. He double cast 2 4-turn spells. I guess I have to heal him to get any value out of that.
Here.
5 turns.
Here.
Completely insane. Yeah, this might be blood from a stone in terms of stream contents. I might bounce out of here after this fight here. Try to squeeze out a couple more chest openings, but they're mostly recipes, it seems like. You can get Powerous on 2 characters now. That's actually pretty good. Ow. Ignore my element resistance, right? Thanks. How dare you dodge?
I ain't done yet.
Shit, I meant to use an item. I hope that doesn't get me in trouble. Misclick. It's wild that if you accidentally hit cancel on a character who's been casting a spell for 3 rounds, that you just lose all of the progress. Yikes. Me screwing up that double item might get me killed here. I don't want Jansen to lose his cast here.
Here. Here.
Really damages equals current HP, so it's only going to do like 1700 with Jansen. That's actually pretty funny. So Jansen's like uniquely the worst character to use it, almost, in the game. Bought a bunch of these.
Here.
Sorry about that.
Here.
Bye, Seth. Have to wait for her to res naturally, I think. Oh, Jansen's dead. Well, hey, persist triggered, so that's good. I need to wrap this up. I might die here. That's pretty scary. hoping he was going to do a spell cast there so I could delay his turn. Right, exactly. Wait for her to get up naturally. It might be okay. Oh shit, that was bad. At least it delayed its turn. Oh, it's gonna get to go. Well, if Kaim survives, he's about to get a shitload of XP. Bye, Tolton. Most of you survive it. Oh, hey, Magic Absorb triggered. That's a fight, damn.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Was it, though? Is that how you would describe what just happened? Okay, I need to get the fuck out of here. Learned my lesson about that fight. Get this chest since I'm close to it. Oh my god, everything in here sucks. It's that oh, there's another one. It's that meme with the guy who's like digging and he gives up right before he gets to diamonds. That was a slot seed. There's like the ultimate weapon for Kaim is just randomly sitting in one of these chests. I see. Okay, so that's a permanent shortcut, but I'm good. I'm gonna go to the final dungeon. Go to Grand Staff, baby. Do appreciate that the game has something to test a player who has gathered all of the OP accessories and shit, though. That's kind of cool. Forces Mac in your party? Well, Mac's okay. I've had to use him a couple times, but I haven't been using him for a while, so that would probably cause me issues. Come on, perfect. Nope. What is with the magic in this game? Did they go to the Dragon Quest game design hermit who lives on the mountain to design all the spells in this? Kind of annoying. Using double cast increases the total cast time. Like, what's the fucking point then?
Wasn't even near my level.
Okay. Lucky GC ignore. Does GC do anything for damage to the front row, or does it only protect the back row in this? Probably shouldn't risk it. I should top off just in case I run into that black frog again. Get my MP back. It's really just casting support 1, right? Or does one of the other mortal characters get a significantly better version of it? Real quick, let me get my MP back. Do they stack with each other? Is it Cook that learns the second one? Oh, I didn't know there was DLC for this. Is it not available anymore? Interesting. Okay. What's closest? It's like here, right? Oh, but I have to actually move the boat. Shit, that's right. Crap, where was I? Left it. It's gonna be a port, right? Like here, essentially. Having the white boa not fast travel with you is definitely a choice. Interesting. I assume the base game super boss is in that dungeon I'm just bailed on. Now, if I travel from here, is that okay? Is it just a problem with traveling from the thing? Maybe. Ah, okay. Grand staff. Cannot return to this point. Sure, I'll just make sure I use a different save point. And we should be able to comfortably finish next week. Maybe if we have extra time left over, I'll squeeze out a couple hours of Persona.
We'll do whatever must be done.
It has that really goofy part of the song, this part. I think that reminds me of the Frog Pond theme from Mario RPG. Alright, so I need to make a save, eventually marking, I don't know, return. Hold on to the slot seeds. I don't know if it's going to force me to use Sarah. Well, that's a bit silly. So we can move here later, presumably. Oh, wow. Max level water spell is just in the final dungeon. That's why that's there. What is this, Dark Souls? Well, if it was Dark Souls, there wouldn't be a thing to catch me at the bottom. I presume the steam just pushes you off until you turn it off. Okay, I see.
Hey, I wasn't ready.
Yeah, 20 basilisks. I think single focusing one down is the way to go here. It said 1G, but then it's already taking me a second turn, so I don't know how to read the turn indicator. It's black magic. Giant feeler. I guess it's not a complete waste of time. The two spells do come out faster, although then I don't get to actually use Jansen for his turn there, which kind of sucks. So it's like, it comes out half a turn sooner, which is honestly not amazing. So we can nullify all elements. Strictly better than that. And we can get rid of royal equipment. I forget what I dropped for this. Probably get rid of absorb. I don't want to get rid of the generic absorb magic. Get rid of absorb fire though, because I assume that goes to 0 then if I have nullify all elements. I try Lucky GC ignore to see if it does anything for me here. Where is absorb magic? I thought I had it. Right, accessory maybe? Didn't have it either. That was a double item that I dropped. Still be helpful in a pinch. It's fine. Odd element amulet. He does in fact have ailment resistance, nullify all elements. Okay. Space for another item here. Twin cross, black belt. Not the best thing to put on him, but I don't really care. It's fine. I can just keep those. I guess I'd like to teach the Ogre Bangle to him, so I don't think he ever did. Ladder up here I didn't check. Joke. The idea that that thing just generates steam, like, to make this area an OSHA violation zone, not going to cause any problems for the machinery of Grandstaff. We just want to make our employees' lives difficult. It's probably that thing on the right. Let's see if there's anything to do on the left first. There's an item here. Just medicine. These guys look cool. Guard armor. Wind. Always land perfects on him. Now I can't, now that I know that there's potential stakes to it. Uh-oh. I don't know if they're protected from that by being in the back. Nope, Jansen got hit by it. Should go ahead and throw that on set now that both Kaim and Seth have learned it. Oh, I don't know why that happens sometimes. Weird. Holding the button down. No petrify. Power reactor ×2. Pretty good dungeon theme. I think Ancient Stronghold is one of my favorite things that Uematsu has ever done in terms of like late game dungeon themes. And Blue Dragon. Oh, Slot Seed. I have enough now. Guess I don't know what I'd spend it on. Stacking attack 2 and attack 1 maybe. I'd rather hold on to it, and I don't want to get screwed on Sarah or Ming. Right, I have to put that accessory on set. I'll try to remember after this. Ugh. Too many enemies. luck, but I did kill it in one hit anyway, so it doesn't matter. I feel like Sed's damage potential has gone up significantly. After getting that drop from that boss. Did it just cancel the second cast? Wow, double cast sucks in this game. That's a Final Fantasy 1 problem. I'm gonna opt out of it, I think. Mist of Darkness.
It's not in my nature to lose.
Attack boost 2. That's crazy. In the new super dungeon. I guess I can, let me see. Use a slot. I have 5 of them now. Okay, so they don't stack. Oh no, it's because I already have it equipped, right? Let me just confirm that if I go to remove it here, that goes down, that goes down. Okay, cool. I guess once she finishes learning the element resistance, I could replace that with one of them. Ogre Bangle back on her in a second. No, I couldn't get the harp. I tried picking it up. I don't know if you have to go back there later on. It's funny, you can kick that.
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
It's the extra boss, right? Yeah, I walked up to it in the boa and it didn't react to me. I don't know if you have to come back now with Jansen or something. Nice, lucky even on a good. Big time save on that procs. Try to remember. Trash can. Remember the trash can. Nice. That'll do. Remembering to equip the thing. Yeah, strictly better than this. Angel Guard. I like him having the other things, I think. Does Petrify level 3? Is there a Petrify level 3? There might not be. Oh, it's... I guess I never made... Like, I don't have Gutsy Cloths. I don't know where to get those. System ring, that might actually be worth making. There's a number of machines in here. may have just gotten turned around. Nope, this is new. Never mind. Oh, creepy. Very Final Fantasy VII. Okay.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna like this.
Experiment number 1. No elements. Okay. Yes. Region. How dare you? Oh, magic kind of sucks on him, okay. Resist magic in general, fine.
That wasn't very fun.
Yep. Cast an attack buff and then thorns itself and then died. Brilliant. Modify all elements. Unequip this for the Ogre Bangle. Use the quad element amulet. I don't need this. I could take the attack up one if it's not sitting on somebody else right now. Okay. And then she doesn't need to spend any slots on it. She's currently not. I need this for the thing that increases the HP by so much. Give me something good for killing all these things.
This does not look good.
Try doing non-elemental damage, maybe? Let's do Leveler, now's the time. I think actually just power-assing the other characters is the way to go here. Let's still end up taking 2 fucking turns. It's pretty embarrassing if so. No, it's only 1 turn to do that, so that's a pretty good use of double cast. Nice parry. I'm gonna laugh. It seemed like Seth just disappeared from existence for a second there. Let's see what happens if I do Forcia. One perfect. I need to boost Sed. He's better than Tolton now for a lot of these enemies. Go ahead and buff yourself, buddy. I think that's a, if he's got power as Sun, I think that's a difference of like 1800 damage or something. I whiff that. Well, let me do 2 of them. It's like, okay, you get the point. Yeah. Always kind of a weird choice. Right. Boo. Didn't even see that there before. I mean, I saw it on the map. I didn't realize I could interact with it. Erosion. I don't think I can actually cross. I don't know if these are just like optional battles or if they're gonna be necessary for something. Do that more. I guess that doesn't count for null all elements. So weird. Don't know. Okay, it's like 2,500 instead of 1,800, but it's still pretty significant. It's like my wireless controller is dropping connection or something when that happens. It's very weird. Can I give her... I'm not using her, but... should help.
If it's a fight you want, you got it.
I'm gonna decide if I want to find out if cursor memory is a thing this late in the game. Probably doesn't matter. One of the main reasons I have 4 party members who are physical attackers and 1 caster is that combat is a lot more engaging as the person actually holding a controller. If you're having to do more rings, it'd be nice if the casters still needed to use rings. It's like they can all equip them, and it's a pretty like significant portion of the game's crafting system. I don't think it would be OP to add a slight amount of machine killer damage or whatever onto a spell that took 2 turns to cast anyway.
There's no rhyme or reason to battle.
Yeah, it kind of runs into the JRPG problem where like the basic attack command is already way too appealing compared to every other action. And when you have it so that a very significant piece of equipment only works with the basic attack command, it even makes it so that like activated melee skills are pretty shitty in comparison.
This is just another ordeal.
After this fight, I'll go look up, if I remember, cursor memory. You might actually be better without using a ring attack there.
I ain't done yet.
Screwed by lag there. So that's the perfect.
Beware my blade.
Very few times that's actually better. Nice stamp.
I'm gonna not see your face
Yeah, I
again.
like it when I do that. Shyness. Since he keeps getting all the MP back, may as well have him heal. Cursor memory, I remembered. It's been 46 hours. Option... Cursor memory. Huh. Right. Do I have to hit all of them? Hard to tell. I was already down here. Second pillar. Yeah. Unless if that thing actually needs to pop off the top. It's really silly. Engine section. That looks cool. Funny how abruptly he falls over when you hit him with a gun.
Beware my blade.
Oh wow, it remembered my cursor input from the previous battle. Kind of unexpected. Unfortunately, they are fire elemental. Like, it remembered it from before I turned the option on, is what's surprising to me. Aquaus. Nice.
What a waste of time.
Well, that answers that. There's our Steam switch. Looks like the entrance, but I don't think it is. Might be copy pasted. Wonder if it's like get blown off on purpose. That's where the switch is. That really interesting design delve video about the Lords of the Fallen game. Hey, there we go. We got all the elements. And how like in Souls games, whenever something happens, if you get like pushed off a ledge or something, or like the ground falls away from you, it always serves to move you deeper into the level. Weird. How do I fix that? And how like Lords of the Fallen developers realize that Souls games have things that happen where you get knocked off the stage, but didn't consider that it's supposed to move you deeper into the level, not like make you retread ground you've already been to. So there's just all kinds of little traps where you fall through the floor and then like you just have to backtrack. One of a handful of things about Souls level design I just had never noticed before. Yeah, that is true. Lords of the Fallen. Just walked past that before. I kind of want to play it as a curiosity more than anything. They kind of do the same thing as Design Delve, because it's... I don't think anyone has fully articulated the Souls je ne sais quoi. There's a lot of little things, and if you try to break it down into the bullet points, you necessarily miss a lot of what makes it good. It's like, this is second game that's called Lords of the Fallen. They just made another one and just called it the same thing. And not like in a God of War 2018 sense where, oh, there's been a bunch of entries and we're reinventing ourselves. Like, I think it's literally the second Lords of the Fallen game. We're just trying again. Kind of like the other one didn't happen. Yeah. I don't know, has that happened before? Like, there's all kinds of games where there's a million entries in between them, right? Like, there's like a million Sonic games between Sonic 1 and Sonic 06, but have they ever just, like, the very next game, they just call it the same thing again? Two different games called East 4. It's funny. Are they on different consoles or something?
It's not in my nature to lose.
Okay. Still slip. Yeah, Prey was kind of an annoying one, right? Where it, like, has literally nothing to do with the other game called Prey. But was there at least a decent amount of time between those?
Not too smart, eh?
I see. Nice. Oh, that keeps missing. Do not want to bother. I guess that's kind of like having different, like having two games with the same name, but one is on GBA and one is on like an actual console, non-portable console, I should say. GBA is a real console. And they're like completely different games. why that happens. It's so weird.
Not even near my level.
Okay, well, it looks like I should be able to climb up there. Great. What the fuck? Okay. Is the whole room gonna rotate or something? Hey, sir, how you doing?
Well, let's take him down.
Hulda and Shilda. No petrify. I would have died anyway, never mind, it's fine. I think he just crits really often. Rude. I think that's spell resistance, but I guess he cast it right before this got off. It's kind of annoying. Whoa! That one was frame rate at least. That's interesting. Cursor memory will still force you to do double cast even if you don't want to. Wait, really? That's enough of that. It's time to stop. I had like 12 HP left. Rude. It's Hironobu Sakaguchi, the Final Fantasy creator. He was forced to resign from Square because of the failure of the Final Fantasy movie. And so he made a studio that essentially made his own version of Dragon Quest and then a couple of his own versions of Final Fantasy. I think I have to get blown off this. I guess, anyway. Finally, time to push a box. Nobuo Uematsu, the Final Fantasy composer, followed Sakaguchi to Mistwalker as well, which is why the soundtrack probably sounds familiar. Blue Dragon's a pretty good Dragon Quest game, given that the music is good. One of the main things I'm missing. It's a bit of a trek, damn. Make sure I'm not supposed to interact with this really. Yeah, that's Sakaguchi. That's why the game's called Lost Odyssey, right? Final Fantasy. That's a huge time loss. Really annoying to walk on that. Can I not climb on this from here? He also did Last Story. Uematsu likes Hammond B3 organ a lot. So a lot of his tracks are very organ driven. This one's a little bit more orchestral than he usually does, but he still manages to do songs that have a lot of synth in them. Kilalon battle theme from earlier this stream is very Uematsu track. Okay. This place is really confusingly laid out. I don't think I want to go down. Let's see what's down here though. This is the room I was already in, so I take the other one now. If I pull any switches. Oh, these aren't tank controls. He just goes whatever direction I push the stick. I don't have to like stop and turn if I press right, left.
You got it.
Do I bother? I guess so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the final dungeon or the penultimate dungeon. I need to get to a save point. That's nice, I always wanted to finish it. Was able to petrify the guy in the back. No dice. I think we got most of the dreams, which is great because it's the best part of the game. A ton of them are on disc 4. Like we've done probably 20, maybe 25 dreams just in the past few episodes. Yeah, I only missed 3. Also, some of them spawn in here. Be pretty silly. regret not going up that ladder. I get the exact same regret going up this one. What a thrill. I don't know, this looks like progress. Yep. Really interested if you get anything for fighting all of these.
Now's our chance!
Oh, it remembered my targeting for that. That's kind of crazy. I need to break hit with him. That's right. His ring attack kind of sucks here. I feel like I'm missing Tolton's ultimate sword because I haven't gotten an upgrade for him forever. I guess Curse Your Memory doesn't actually help me with this because then I have to defend and then attack. Whatever. Ow.
Beware my blade! Never
Go
underestimate
team.
the royal.
It's a busted elevator. Side of that long ladder. Zone transition. Another ladder. Alright, well that one's a one-way drops. So this is basically just a shortcut. Heal full. Why can I not? What the heck? It's so weird that that uses like physics for some reason. Power drink.
Better say your prayers.
Said. It's funny that when you double cast, it remembers the second target, but it doesn't remember the first target for a regular cast.
Beware my blade. I ain't done yet.
I guess. Damage is damage, I suppose. Ugh. Not my round.
Beware my blade.
Alright, so I'm gonna keep going until a save point here. It's been a minute though. Interesting choice. I guess if you cast Shadowist now, that's really bad for me. But he'll die first.
Only the strong survive.
Fine. Up is good. I left some stuff behind back there. Oh. Not gonna give me a save point? Okay, so are these like the other ones that he killed who are weak to specific elements? Stock electricity noise. Classic. Graphics.
Took some real guts, your worshipness. Okay, get me up. Come on.
Yay, Tolton gets to arc.
White bow. Come on!
What's the plan here, y'all? Hopefully I didn't lose any like really important items behind there. Or paths I didn't take. Well, that was a fucking waste of time. Was it gonna fall over on its own? We got Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, this is the one with the really silly Mario RPG part. This part. Or not yet. See if it plays through the battle.
Lord Gongora is on the verge of becoming a god. You may not approach during this hallowed time.
Probably one of Uematsu's silliest transitions.
Bunch of crap.
This part.
That sounds to me like he's just shooting his mouth off.
Then it gets all like sweet again. Yeah, Casio keyboard ass transition, exactly. It's exactly from Rock Fuchsia's Tadpole Pond or whatever.
You should sink into the darkness yourself.
It's a frog sword. Red Saint, Blue Saint, Green Saint, Yellow Saint. Okay, so weak against water, weak against earth, weak against fire, weak against wind, weak against I don't know, light. physical, maybe? Okay, well, Jansen, you got some heavy lifting to do here, buddy. Let's see. Okay, it is physical, or maybe they all are resistant to physical, or take damage from physical. This song is like so good. It has that really goofy part though. Okay, so gold is down. And he's taking out the first two, so green is wind is weak to fire. Try that. I'll just... don't know that I have white. I think I do. Shine. Regular shine. Oh, I guess it hits everybody. Oh, whatever. Art is so goofy sounding. Guess I could try Shadoa. See if that does anything. Okay, so added effect doesn't work. So we just gotta hold out for Jansen, I guess. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So maybe it's the same color that they are. Red is weak against fire. Can't see which one that is. Alright, well if that's true, let's try it with the added effect. Killer, magic killer. Sort these, yeah. Wind level 2, why not? That would be green. Let's try doing flare on, well, let's do the ones I didn't just do. So Groundus on yellow, and Windus on yeah, exactly. The rest of the song is like really epic sounding. It's great. Okay, that does work. Cool. Now I learned. Uh-oh. Well, I missed 3 of them. And I did miss 3 of them. Unfortunately, it hit Jansen, which is bad. Interesting. Should be able to do this with added effects, though. Okay. It's really silly sounding. I love it. It might be the single goofiest thing Uematsu's ever done. I'd have to think about it. There's a very goofy song in Blue Dragon called Into the Ruins, I think. It starts off with this really silly, like, single synth and then gets ridiculously epic. Gaia Ring, surprisingly, doesn't have earth damage on it. I guess I just gotta go for water level 1, it doesn't really matter. Hey, you're awake. Don't put everyone to sleep again. That was a really huge dick move. That was pretty good damage, actually. Okay. Well, that guy's dead. Green's probably dead. I don't know what black is supposed to be. So I can just cast something to cast it. Shine hit everyone for a small amount of damage. I don't think you can heal enemies in this one. Would be a surprise if you could anyway. Shine, but it didn't hit very hard. And it damaged everybody. It might just count as non-elemental. It could be non-elemental. Okay. I don't know if that ignores other things. Leveler, obviously. Let's stop them from getting petrified here.
Here! Here!
Okay. It looks like just magic that's not elementally typed is fine. So that's why Shadow and Shine worked.
Gongora!
Let's follow Grand Staff. Said, give us maximum speed.
Everybody, get to the bridge! Now!
Mac, Cook, hurry up!
Sarah, look at that!
Graphics. A ridiculously meaty disc.
What the hell is that?
It's magic energy. It's boiling up from deep within the stars.
Wait a minute. Stars? Isn't the magic energy coming from that tower of mirror thing there?
The mirrors, they're behind the stars?
They'll burn up.
What?
So that's what Gungara is aiming to do. Destroy the mirrors. What'll he do then? Blow the stars away?
He's a fool.
We're learning something crazy about the cosmology of the Lost Odyssey universe at the last moment.
Just sit here. We have to
I guess that's on brand for Sakaguchi, right?
Now, see there? That sounds
Oh
like
shit,
they're
there's
finally
like
talking
another
sense.
planet. And it's like draining the energy of this planet or something. Right on. Guess we have established that the immortals come from that other world. Okay, future Marstead, go to that glowing location. What? Oh, come on, you gotta let me save. And not like save here. Ah, bummer. Got it. I think I got it. I just don't think I had the characters I had casting at a high enough white magic to use it. Just had to move slightly out of where I was standing.